Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Time is running out for the planet Earth. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Time is running out for the planet Earth. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path.
It's impervious to all poisons.
Time is running out for the planet Earth. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path.
It's impervious to all poisons.
Time is running out for the planet Earth. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Time is running out for the planet Earth. You don't expect me to believe that, do you?
So I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Axis rat blood, I see. All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Axis fucking Rattblood.
Axis Rattblood, most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
all these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Axis Rattblood? I'm Axis fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm Axis fucking Rattblood.
All right, all right, all right. How you doing, London?
I'm cool, Access. Mic check, mic check. How am I sounding?
Ah, loud and clear, loud and clear.
Cool.
How's life treating you, brother?
Not too bad today. Not too bad. I seem to be winning today.
All right.
Yeah. hmm I was actually just working on a bit of my project, but you know what? I needed a little break, and I thought, let me see who's live. Normally Z's live about now, but I saw you was live, so I thought, oh, let me come over here.
I appreciate that, London. You know that. Always appreciate a visit from you.
Mm.
Um, it's I don't know if it's just because did I did get I purged some channels that I didn't feel were beneficial anymore for information, more the Springer type shit. But have you noticed that it doesn't seem that people are going live as often as they were in well, no less than a couple of weeks ago, or maybe it's just me and I'm noticing a change in the fact that I got rid of some channels.
Possibly that too. Yeah,
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 I thought it was kind of odd. I thought that I thought there was generally more people that were doing lives uh, pretty much around the clock, but it doesn't seem to be that way.
yeah. I mean, do you want do you want much people going live? Do we need more distractions? You know, and for people to loop about the same things.
You're right. When I got somebody just made a delivery for me. I think you're right. I think that it became such a tight knit niche of people that were just panel jumping and the same names in the chat rooms, and they were always in the same um, scene of the crime. It's almost like it was starting to become a fad, and then it just dissipated. That's all I needed. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, London.
Okay.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, it was it almost seemed like there was a purge of those particular channels, or it seems to me.
Uh-oh. What happened to Access? Kicked himself out. Wow. How you doing, Bex? See you down there. Peace. Take your time. If it's pizza, you gotta eat your pizza. And we got Dom in the back room. How you doing, Dom? I've just seen your message come through. You have to bear with us. We've just lost Access. All right. No pun intended. No pun intended. But we've lost the host of the channel. All right. There he is. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Just to let you know, I think you got Dom sitting back there. Dom, I was just keeping your feet warm for you, Dom. I was just keeping your egg warm for you, Dom, while you went off. Keeping the egg warm.
You don't have to run off London. Dom, welcome. You're welcome to hang around London anytime.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm just gonna finish my zoot with you guys anyway. Have a little chill out, finish my zoot off, and see what's cracking, man. How you doing, Dom?
Hey.
Hey, Axis. Hey, London. I'm doing pretty good. Yourself?
I'm good. see that.
You're roboting, man. No, is it roboting on your end, Dom?
Yeah, it sounded like you were a little bit far away there, London.
All right, let me
There you go. I can hear you now.
All right, let's see what we got. Hold on here. Dawn. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Glenn. I'm sorry. Hey, Access. I invited a friend, Dawn. Access, if she chooses to come on, I think you'll enjoy her company too.
Sure. Sure.
There she is. There she is right there.
All right. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be with you all.
Hey,
Thank you,
Dawn.
Tom.
Absolutely. And Vex, you're welcome, just as much as anybody else. Let me address the chat here, and all love to Bex, Alchemos, my extended warm welcome to my panelists, and sorry about the rough start. I got caught off guard there for a second. Kind of the nature of things at times, but I am fully with you now, and we are 100% attention available. All right. So can everybody hear okay? Is everybody's mic fine? Do we need to do a quick run-through test? Make sure we're...
I think that would be good, a test. 1 2 1 2, mic check, mic check.
London is good.
Cool.
Can you hear me, guys? I'm pretty sure I'm being heard.
Dom is coming through good. How you doing with your audio there, Don? Or Don? Yeah, Don.
I think I'm okay, right? You can hear me?
Yeah. I think we called that acoustics. You've got a really interesting kind of acoustical sound behind you. It's not anything distracting. It's just distinctive. But yeah, you sound great. Coming through good.
I am in a big room. I'm working. I'll move soon.
Oh, it's not a problem. Not a problem at all. Glad to have you here. Glad to have all of you here. We were going to touch on some of the unknown and its effects that it actually has on what we do understand as the known. And as another perspective is how the things that we do understand and kind of have a comprehension of how it affects the unknown and the way that things operate in the visible and out of spectrum forms of energy and the implications that it has in the real, if you want to call it real, this base setting that we're in for a reality. And I really got myself wound up for it. I'm excited about endeavoring into this topic, and I think I got some wonderful people here with me to indulge on this. And the panel's always open. All you got to do is click the link. So, what's been your take and understanding? And this goes out to all three of you on experiences that you've had where you feel that there's an unknown, unseen, or unidentifiable influence that seems to interfere assist or even manifest its presence unseen in this particular state of reality. And what was your interpretation of this? Spiritual, metaphysical, happenstance, coincidence? Um, and can that energy be directed? Anybody care to take a jab at that one?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll take a jab at it. It'll be a jab in the known. Um, the things that we use as words, like we ignore things. Like I get some people like myself, I'll ignore what's called the known. Like I might not know what's going on in other parts of the world, but I know there's a consistency there and here. And a simple thing, I know maybe I'm regurgitating this, but things like breath, I know it's there. I'm in the elevator, I know it's there. And in moments I either take it for granted or I don't think I can truly ignore it, especially when I become aware of it. Meaning that my thoughts are going towards it. And even that, what is the thought to me? Why am I not capable of just randomly speaking a different language just because I hear somebody else? Like, what are some of the mechanisms that it's in the unseen? Again, we're playing with words here, obviously, but
Unseen, out of spectrum, or the state of the conscious observer not having access to the fully functional field of information around us. First, I want to say welcome, Pam. It's always good to see you. I apply kind of, which I've said before, like the internet and how these waves are all around us of information and ever present, and the full scope of Wi-Fi being around us and engulfing us, but yet we have to use certain technologies to pull those waves into cohesiveness. And just like a radio, you scan through the channels or the dials or, your browser to become coherent with that particular station or that particular channel or information. And Dom, I do believe that the human being, mind, and state of being is quite capable of accessing such information. They call it the Akashic Records. I call it entropy or residual information carried over. And I believe that just like Edgar Casey and there was a couple other individuals throughout time, that Tesla being one of them, seemed to have the ability to tap into this field of information that we are surrounded by, don't see, but yet, just like a Wi-Fi router transmitting signal to your device, I believe that this is the same thing that happens with a human once they tune in to that type of frequency and become cohesive with it.
so knowing. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Don. No, my apologies. Go ahead, Don.
I was just going to share my experience. I think you heard it before, Dom, with relocating to Florida just before the pandemic. So I thought that I wanted to reconnect with the ocean. I was living in Virginia. I call Hawaii home, and I felt in August of 2019 like I'd never felt before. Like I need the ocean, like a strong urge. And I had a friend here in Florida who had been here for many years, and he was saying, I told you, check out Florida. So I did. I came for a 4-day weekend, checking it out, and I decided, okay, I was going to move here. So I arrived Thanksgiving Day 2019, and there was something else at play. It was a force, an energy. I was not in control of it because I definitely did not come here to connect with the ocean. I haven't even been thinking about the ocean. I arrived in St. Pete and I was staying with my friend for a little while. I, I thought I was on a vacation for about 2 months, but after 3 weeks, I started looking for a job. I tried to get a job nearby, 7 minutes away from where I was staying. That job was not for me. It was not supposed to be. They hired me on the spot, but that was not the place to be. I was brought to Tampa to work for this man who turned out eventually to be a bad guy, a really bad guy. But he brought me to Citrus County, Florida. Never heard of it before, a little small town like Mayberry. And this is where I belong to do some work. And I believe God here to rescue these people that were his clients. And he was robbing them. And I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that I thought I was coming to work for this person, and he was presenting himself as a Christian. The day he hired me, he took me to his house so I could meet his wife and kids. It was all a setup, so that I could be his next victim, next employee victim, to get to do things, get him access to people, people's financial records and stuff like that, so that he could rob them. But I was not meant to be only a victim. I was meant to expose him, and I did. And oh my gosh, I couldn't believe it. Not only did these people come and stand behind me and start to fight with me, because I quit once I realized who he was, what he was doing, and he sued me to shut me up. It was a huge fiasco. Anyway, these people came to fight for me, like from all different kinds of businesses. They didn't know me from a hill of beans. This guy still exists, but there was a force that was at play that I did not know about. And I realized in hindsight that there was a lesson I had to learn. It's obvious to me. There was a lesson, and I have gotten a reward that you would not even imagine. I am on my own. I'm an accountant and tax preparer. I'm on my own. My business has exploded. My notoriety is growing. I do no advertising. I'm very private, but word of mouth has been traveling very fast, and I feel an amazing protection around me. I cannot talk to people outside of these kinds of meetings about this because they don't get it. They don't see there's a force. They believe, look, oh, you're a good person. This happened for you. But I had to go through an amazing fight, and it wasn't a physical battle. It was all inside. And anyway, that's what I wanted to share.
Okay. That's definitely along the lines. If I may inquire, what some people are going to say, divine intervention, maybe a deity, or the Christians, they would say it was God or they were being angelically directed. What do you personally feel is the energy behind that adventure and that undertaking, and how it wound up coming out to be a positive? You did say that you felt drawn at first, you weren't aware of it, but in hindsight now, it seems that you have an understanding of it. What do you ascribe that to?
So back in my days of being involved in the church, I would have called it God. divine intervention, but my perception of God at that time was very different than what it is today. You probably heard me say a force. I say the word force because I recognize that it's an energy. It's an energy that I now see may have come from me, but from an unconscious state. I'm open to learning more about it. I would say that is a consciousness. It's a force that comes from consciousness. Consciousness within me, consciousness within us, above us, around us, that guides me, guides all of us to be players in this realm. And sometimes we play to help, sometimes we play to give lessons which hurt others. But in this case, I was clearly brought here to fully awaken because my awakening started April of 2020. Many things happened during that time. So I don't believe it's a God in the way that churches have typically described it. I don't necessarily believe it's only me that I sat down and wrote out this particular thing that it was going to happen, but I believe there's an energetic force, a being even, that is guiding all of us. And if we are open to the guidance, then we may have some hurdles, but we'll come out on the other side. We may have to go through these things to awaken. That's the way I describe it now.
Okay. Um, I have just a quick one, and I would love for the other panelists to respond. Is it possible that for those that are receptive, that there's a natural ebb and flow of balance that the this plane of existence is kind of built into the construct, and for those that are receptive, this universal being, which I don't like to boil it down to a being. I think that it's much more than that personally, but almost a fundamental law that those that are susceptible can be used to help keep this system of balance within this construct. Do you feel that maybe that could be a plausible?
Yes, I believe that we all use different words pointing at the same thing. And yes, I agree that it's possible that it is that, and I would even go as far as to say, yes, it is that. Um, I think that we, when we are receptive, open, not locked in to one way. For example, I have to go to church on Sunday. I have to go on to, when I was growing up, church on Sunday, Sunday school and midday service. And then Tuesdays you had to go to church for Bible study, and then we had to be on our knees praying for 30 minutes or more every Tuesday. And the same thing again on Friday, a very stuck, ritualistic, immovable position. But when you are like water, so to speak, you go with the flow of life. And the flow of life, I believe, refers to this force, this energy that guides us. It's not always going to be easy because I also believe our soul is here to learn and to grow. So I think the earth school is for the soul, not necessarily the physical body.
Okay, I'd love to hear what our panelists have to say. I'm very curious.
The whole universe is built on ebbs and flows and cycles.
Yeah,
I
I
definitely,
agree. Flows and
yeah.
cycles. I mean, the human mind is in a constant flow, even when you're sleeping. You know, I wonder if we're secretly getting information flowing through our heads while we're, in sleep mode. Sometimes you wake up and you're like, oh, I got a brand new idea. Maybe did that come from somewhere else? Maybe it's the air just conscious. It's everything conscious around us to some degree.
I would like to think so. Um,
It depends on the receptivity of the person and how open and awake they are. This realm is full of distractions that keep people from doing and receiving just that.
Mm-hmm.
that is true. They do take us away from our more subtle awarenesses, and especially if it isn't something tangibly visible. Um, a lot of people that I found, and especially here recently, it doesn't even enter their mind as relevant or even something that they should be cognizant of unless they're identifying a religion, a deity, or wanting to put a label to it. But I think it's far beyond that. Dom,
Yes, Axis.
what's your take on this so far?
Well, I posted some stuff in the private chat. Words came to me when I was hearing even Don speaking is like what people call Christ consciousness. Once you become, like anointed, people talk about a halo of some sort. And of course, they give a simple definition, such as when you get to a higher state of intellectual development, that's one of them. So debate is not actually a higher development. Proving a point is not higher development. People that get triggered, this is where the other part, emotional maturity. So once a person becomes conscious as best as they can, I'm still a student, a lot of those things have to kind of peel off. So again, that energy should be from within. Once you become aware of that stuff, you'll start realizing things such as you don't see the language you speak, you don't see air. It goes beyond, no matter how strong a person wants to become developed with their senses. It's actually beyond the senses, but most people never develop it. What they end up doing is they defend or attack their senses or others. So that would be unknown for them in some areas. It's like, it's one of those moments of thoughts. I've learned so many words in one lifespan, but how do I know all of these words? Again, this is where, I think London even touched on it a little bit, is air, is it alive? Or I don't think you use the word alive, but, is it conscious? And I would have to say yes, because it's ever present. But again, we try to drag it down to the senses. That's where you have to stay, you have to be more flexible with possibilities. I get it. We've been conditioned. Everything has to be factual. Everything has to be debatable. Everything has to be proven. And I'm like, but based on the material, that's like you're in grade 4 now, but being dragged all the time back to grade 1. Go ahead.
I definitely understand that. I had one person that was a big influence in my life says that the minute that you put a label on it or you identify it, then you have stopped the potential possibilities that it had to offer.
There's a tenet to that similar in the Tao Te Ching.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not familiar with that. I'm
I
familiar
don't
with
know it. I don't know it word for word. I'm gonna look it up, but I remember that was one of the tenets from there.
Yeah, people give me a lot of grief over being an omniist, but I feel that being an omniist allows me a broader spectrum of possibility because I'm not one that will ascribe himself to believe that uh, an all-powerful or even a demigod can be meshed into a book and that book do any justice for something that would be, as I said, deity or demigod. I think at that point in time, you're classifying, limiting, and then eventually indoctrinating. And it puts the brakes on anything outside of that possibility. What do you think, Glendon? Have you, since I know your research and, we've followed along with you, have you had any, we'll say, profound packets of knowledge that even you, researching went, wow, that just hit me, and it seems to be so profound. Where did it come from?
Yeah, well, this goes back to what I was saying the other day, right? All right, let me say this first. Like the other day, I was watching some of what's his name, Billy Carson, right? And I do not take this guy in at all. I've never really been into him or anything, but something told me to have a little listen to him, right? And I had a little listen to him, and he was talking that shit that I wanted to hear. I was like, wow, but hold on, ain't you batting for the other team? Why are you telling me things that I want to hear? And that people that I want this to resonate with, they're looking at me sideways. Like, this don't make sense. But hold on, someone like Billy Carson is actually saying what I'm saying. So it's like, even down to things like what I was saying the other day, right? If the enemy was to come out and say, okay, we live on a flat earth, where would our heads be? Are we going to be like, oh, we knew it, yes, but then on the other hand, they're your enemies, so you're going to believe what your enemies tell you?
I relate to that, definitely.
So it's like, when things are being said to me, right, whether it's from quote unquote my enemies or someone who's supposed to be telling me this stuff, maybe my enemy's telling me it for a reason. I don't know. It's hard to put into words, but I've been thinking about it of lately, because I'm just a normal guy from London. Nothing interesting about me. Just got a little family. I'm not doing anything that the next man or woman can't do. But just to be putting this puzzle together and hearing people like I said, Billy Carson, and not only Billy, there's been a few other people that I've heard that speak in my language. And I'm like, hold on, but you're the quote unquote enemy. How can I fit this in? But it has to fit in because they're talking what I'm looking for. And it's been crazy. It's been astonishing, to be honest with you, even though it's coming from the quote unquote enemy.
Okay, I can definitely relate to that. I have certain identification markers for people that were very close to me in my life that have moved out of the physical form. And there's occasionally a synchronicity that will happen that to me solidifies that either their energy is present or a residual of them is present. But when it happens, it's usually followed by some prophetic or significant event or a kind of a recognition of something that maybe I'm overlooking or just not paying attention to. And boom, I'll see these relevancies and think, is it their energy? Is it their the residual of their consciousness? Are they a part of a massive field of interactive information now? These things I endeavor upon because I feel that there is great significance to that, and it is a very subtle energy that if the mind is not within a state of awareness because of distraction, which I think they purposely keep us in an abundance, you would completely miss it.
Yeah,
Please,
there is a lot
everybody.
of things. There is. I've noticed there is a lot of things that we miss. Like, you know, when they say if you don't take your chance, you miss it. Even with some of these findings that I've been coming across, right? There's so many things that it may not at this moment. It may not look what I'm looking. It may not look like what I'm looking for, but it's got you know, little traits. So I'm just snapping it up anyway, because I never know when it's going to come back around again, right? Even with my algorithm, there's certain things, right, I used to just let slide by because, you know, it wasn't looking like what I'm looking for, right? But now I just grab everything that looks very similar to what I'm looking for, and then I'll make sense of it later. I'm not letting anything slip by me anymore that that is kind of on my path.
Don, whenever you went through your experience, can you recall any type of subtle messages or synchronicities that were transpiring during the course of your endeavor?
Yeah, overwhelming. Something was trying to wake me up. I kept seeing this guy that I worked for. I kept seeing him for who he was. It was like waking up and then going back to sleep, and then waking. It was a repeated thing. I kept seeing numbers synchronistically over and over and over again. It almost felt a little crazy making. I remember sitting up in the middle of the night in April 2020, and I finally got it. Like, it was Mujiji who had like finally got through, and finally I was able to understand Eckhart Tolle and all of these other people who were giving us messages of awakening. I finally got it. And after that date, all of these numbers started showing up. And I went on a journey to try to wake up, really wake up. So I did this master course, and then I was trying to meditate, but meditation was getting in the way because I was trying to meditate instead of being. I learned that. Someone at the time told me, wait a minute, don't meditate. And immediately after I was told, don't meditate, so many things just, it almost was like Legos. That's how it felt, like things were locking into place for me. I became more alive, more aware. It almost felt, I remember the feeling on my skin for the first time. It felt like there was a breeze, a cool breeze constantly on my skin. I felt like I was, honestly, it felt like I was in the air, like I was floating in the air, and that I had the power to manipulate things. I don't know how to say it any other way. Just that, like, I could see what was coming. It scared the poop out of me. So I tried to talk to people about it, which was the mistake, because they got angry. They would get angry. They weren't ready, you know, and it was all about me. It was all about me. And I feel like I was going through that because I had to learn, without a doubt, to love myself. I had to see that I wasn't loving myself, and I was allowing myself to be used to do things that I did not intend, and I had to put a stop to it. It was a very powerful experience.
Okay, this is probably going to be like nails down a chalkboard, but I have kind of a, a let's just call it an observation that when people start experiencing the profound or the synchronicities, and they apply themselves to a church or religion or a strict set of teachings, um, that that itself being a discipline voids what you were actually originally experiencing. And the attributions of what you're experiencing with that church or with that organization, they get we'll call it the recognition, or the, the source of that interaction, instead of like before they joined any type of organization. It was just a natural thing that was a part of the human experience and could have been worked with in much more abundance had they not ascribed themselves to a particular philosophy, religion, or, even esoteric school of thinking.
I agree. It kind of locks you into a perspective. I like to say it creates a prison. And in my mind, I see like these prison bars coming down around me. Immediately when I identify with a set of rules, because that's how I see these groups now, these belief systems, they're a set of rules. And those rules trap you in. That's it. That's all you can see and experience is what's in those rules. Because as soon as you step out of that rule, you're not a Christian. Okay, you're not a member of this group. You're not performing correctly. And one of those things that, and I just recently, this past weekend, experienced I was asleep, but I woke up to myself because one of those things is about the physical body. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't be healthy and exercise and try to be fit and for you. But once you identify with a group, oh, I'm the meat eater and I'm the vegan and I'm the vegetarian and I'm the this and I'm a that, it shuts off perception to the all, it seems. And I found myself being trapped in the idea of my body perception once yet again, even though I had already learned that my job was to accept myself for who I am. But I fell asleep and I sent myself off to a spa and it was a wellness thing. Yeah, I'm doing the right thing. I'm taking care of myself. But that wellness spa had a set of rules. and I just was like, yeah, this is what I'm going to do, totally asleep. I had several different instances of something, the force, trying to wake me up during this weekend. I was snoring. It was so loud, obviously. But on Monday, as I was checking out, I was able to see. I finally accepted what do you want me to look at? And I could see. I was here trying to force myself to go backwards into something I had already outgrown. I already knew that that's not how it works. We are not all made the same. And it doesn't matter how many times I do any of these types of programs. If I am not accepting myself where I am, nothing can change.
Right. As an extended view of that, beyond the indoctrination and the natural state of allowing all possibility, is it possible, or even feasible, that with the balance that comes with the universal law, for lack of better words, that would also impede itself upon whatever message you're given from the universe? Kind of an opposition to, like, if you would have had opposition that would have turned you from the path that you chose and allowed to happen with this particular employee or employer that you had, do you believe that maybe there's a malevolency or a counterbalance to that type of receptiveness without indoctrination?
I think you're asking, is it possible that if I had not gone down that path that I did with this good fellow, uh, I think you're asking me if I would have not learned what I needed to learn. Is that the gist of it?
I'm talking more of a universal influence. We had discussed that people are pliable, and as long as they remain open without putting restraints on possibilities, is there maybe an energy that works against that to create a balance? And that's where free will kind of comes into play. Is it's almost as if your free will universally is kind of measuring your balance. And instead of being receptive to that, the notions that you were, which led out to a positive, even though this person is receptive, they still tend to be distracted off of a particular course that could be beneficial, and the universe kind of stepping in and devoiding that possibility. Or does that possibility even exist outside of a written script?
Yes. In addition to what journey we are on, we are involved with other people and they are on their journeys. So we interact. And so sometimes we will get distracted from our journey. And sometimes I do believe there's a force that intercedes, like I am certain there is a force that interceded on Monday, albeit malevolent from my perspective at the time. I now realize that I was so asleep, I had to get woken up, like slapped, and just like when I worked for that fellow. And even though that happens, I don't believe that that is also, I don't believe that it is against the path. You see, even if we get distracted from the direction that maybe we are supposed to be going, that distraction is also a part of the awakening process. As many times as it takes for the message to be shown to you and you don't get it, that's a part of it. It's like planting seeds. Some of the seeds fall on the wayside and they do not germinate, they do not get into the soil. Some of them do, but that's okay because there's more seeds to come. So, and even though it may sometimes appear to someone outside that, oh, yeah, everything worked out great, the journey is sometimes not so great. And for me, even this weekend, not so great because I had to get slapped. And I accept it because I see that it was me not listening and not seeing. I just wanted to be stuck in the idea that this is going to work. And it was blocking me from realizing that I was hurting myself. And like with the fellow before, if I had not awoken and received the message, like my predecessors, he had done this to several people before, and they just went right along with him. I didn't. I eventually woke up quick enough to get out of there and save these people. But I don't believe it's a necessarily good or bad that we get distracted along the way. It's a part of the journey.
I entertain the ideal that it's part of free will. I think that even with the subtleties of a direction that may be a potential, and the subtleties of the opposing of that direction, but I think that both identify themselves with synchronicities or, more subtle energies. And for me, I feel that free will then becomes a little more evident um, by your nature. You have unlimited options in life and an unlimited amount of decisions. But when it comes down to it, free will is just making a choice. Yes, no, to do, not to do. And for me, a universal balance would have to offer up both paths. And at that point, I would have to exercise free will to determine whether I was paying more attention to the addressing of synchronicities that applied to a positive or more beneficial direction. But I also believe that there are the same signature markers that would divert you and put your free will kind of to task. And then the essence of what you are and the development of that life energy that you are as a being comes into play. Do I need to simplify it a little more, or was that just a little long-winded?
Oh, it made sense to me. I didn't know if someone else wanted to comment.
Simplify that a bit more, please. Do you know what it is, bro? I'm here listening to you and I'm doing work at the same time.
Okay, that's fine, London. Basically, you're presented with an unseen type of, we'll call it signaling, and you get these signs, whether it be numbers or whether it be coincidental circumstances. And I think that you get them from both sides, and that applies to exercising your free will. But then that free will pretty much comes back to the makeup and character of what you are. No matter how receptive you are to these delicate energies and your awareness of them, I think that your character will be expressed through your decision, and that decision being the exercising of free will.
Even with that being said, right, with free will, I've heard people argue the question like, do we or do we not have free will? I look at it like free will is almost just like making a conscious decision, the right decision to stay alive.
Okay. That would be more of a basic primal type of survival necessity, as opposed to that happens like she ran into. She seemed to have righted a wrong, and it was within her character and her decision to make that. But if she would have had a slightly different character, maybe she would have picked up on the other end of the spectrum, and that universal influence, because of her character, would have just misdirected her free will into a less productive path. Universal balance. And I'm not ascribing this to a deity or anything. I'm saying that from my perspective, it's a universal balance that puts your free will to task to determine the measure of your character and basically the inner you in a truthful and most honest way of approaching life, people, circumstances, or situations.
Mm. I can dig that.
So I believe that free will is relative to a person's perspective. I recently was listening to someone describe that free will, actually, it was Eric DeBay, that there really isn't any free will, and that, for example, we don't have the free will to fly in the air if we wanted to. For example, I could go on and on. But what I realize is that our free will exists naturally in a vacuum because we're in a space that was created. We didn't design this space, it was already here. So it comes with a set of rules. So naturally, we do have free will within this space and also within our perception. If
Much like a
we,
video game.
yes, go ahead, Pam.
That's all I was going to say. You were describing like a video game word for word.
So I mean, so in that case, are we saying there is no free will if it's more like a computer game? Because I mean, you are being governed, controlled in the computer game.
Well, there is free will in the sense as long as you're going within the rules of the game. Like I
Okay.
used to play like a game called World of Warcraft, and I had to make all sorts of decisions. You know, you had free will to do things as long as you didn't break the constraints of the game, and the game developers got really upset when you would exploit or break the game, much like when you break or exploit the game here in this realm.
Yeah. See, and I'm glad I've used that analogy with the game you just chose, because that was like I was trying to say, you know, we're choosing our next move to stay alive, right? It's almost like free will, just like what you was explaining in your game.
Exactly.
So,
And like when we had those books back when we were younger, where each page you had to make a choice, and then you chose that choice and you got to go in that direction. It's every step of the way, there's always a choice.
so do you think, uh, and this is kind of especially with Pam, because I do admire her understanding of tech. If you were, say, playing side by side, or across the internet with another person, by their decisions, their choice of free will, could you almost not read into the personification and character of that person just by observation of choices, without even
Yeah.
being close to them or affected by them?
Yeah, because when I played games like World of Warcraft, you would be in dungeons with people and you might be waiting on a monster to spawn all day, and someone will come in and see you camping there, and they'll either try to take the mob if they're a jackass, or they'll let you have it if they see you've been there, and then they'll wait for it themselves. And so you can see by their behaviors what kind of character and what kind of person they are in their real life based on what they did with their digital pixels in a video game.
Well, let me ask you this then. Percentile wise, as far as I I hate using the word honesty, but a more productive person to have within that realm of video game with you, percentile wise, what would you say that would be the better trait? Was it a higher percentage that were showing personal traits to be better, expressed to this, or would you say that people kind of walk around with this secret animosity and a duality that maybe through that video game they're expressing and letting out, as opposed to what they would generally do in real life and hide it.
Well, much like here in the panel verse, and there's a lot of parallels between gamers at higher end gaming and the panel verse community. You find that most of your people are in gamers are just good people, just trying to have a good time. But then you do have those with secret hidden agendas, and you can tell by the way they play their game that they're very unhappy with their life and how they treat people just based on how they react in a digital environment.
Okay.
Much
With
like here
that
on
being
panels.
okay,
Yeah.
with that being said, I'm sorry, London. Go ahead, London, please.
No, I'll just I concur with what Pamela was saying. That's all. Keep going, Access.
With that being said, and the percentile that we obviously recognize by means of indirect communication outside of the Wi-Fi or the game experience, and them exposing that nature themselves. Do you think that there's a potential universal construct law that kind of keeps that in check and balance, though unseen, it's there, and the option of it introducing itself to keep that balance, which ultimately weighs on the individual, can be expressed through identifying traits and markers so that there is a particular identifying factor to understanding that balance and how it's kept by unseen forces.
Do you mean like instant karma like type of way?
Or even extended karma, yes.
Because I've seen instant karma before, like even in my own actions, but even with other people around me, like I've seen people behave really ugly and then like something bad happened to them in the environment or whatever, or like they like stubbed their toe or something like that. And I've noticed like even when I've like had a bad attitude or then something would happen and like I would be like, man, it was like a gut check, like a check, check yourself type of thing, and an awakening, as you will.
Okay. Let's throw a little bit of meat to this then. Do you think that there are a certain number of people of influence that recognize this, have a comprehensive understanding of how it works, and uses we'll use a billboard, for instance, to sway and direct this energy, though unseen, but yet still affected by subconscious or even conscious information being put into it, which plays with that balance and ultimately dampens your ability to make a true natured free will choice.
Well, the mainstream media does a good job of that.
Right? But is there an entity, or not necessarily an entity, a universal law that they're tapping into, that they're learning from, kind of like the Akashic records, or what was the other person? I forget what the other person was, but the Akashic records, the universal law, and they're more in tune with that universal law that they're able to identify it and basically harness it, regardless of the repercussions of the karma on them, to not only remove free will, but on an unseen level, play with the energies of the ever-present is and now.
So I feel like the way that you describe that, it comes across to me that there are some people who know. In other words, they have access to more information. And so they use and manipulate us because they're aware of something that we don't have. I am open to the possibility that there are beings that are here that are malevolent and that have been corrupting us and have are working along with some humans. I'm open to that possibility. But what I feel like I see happening, especially like Pam was saying in our news media, is just people who have access to more knowledge and they have more power than we have because they have this access, and they are manipulating us with that. Knowledge is power.
So it's safe to say then that being aware of these subtle energies and not being swayed by indoctrination is almost a life survival skill, especially in this day and age, that should be recognized, um, understood as best that one can, grow in that nature, and have cognizant understanding that there are unseen energies, there are unseen um, well, frequencies, vibrations of all spectrums, and especially the ones outside of us that we are capable of comprehending. And it becomes a sense of almost self-preservation and survival to hone these subtle nuances that you can pick up on and enhance that so that you meet least resistance and least amount of control. And your lack of indoctrination or limitation or direct studying in correlation to a certain belief system, you gain an upper hand against the unseen energies that you're working with. Um, Everything from, you know, influence that comes from thought projection, energy projection, basically solidifying the I guess it'd be kind of solidifying the power of someone as a metaphysicist, a witch, a wizard, or someone who's able to project, and you being able to be receptive to these subtle nuances instead of detoured by indoctrination, become more capable of surviving in a equilibrium with this plane of existence that's going to serve you best outside of someone else's influence. Kind of a survival skill, one that needs to be honed and worked with, and also experienced to the point where even the most subtle nuance of it can be seen, felt, or recognized, such as the hair standing up on the back of your neck, or such things that some people just dismiss.
Well, I hope the past few years has helped awaken people to that very thing.
I would love to agree with you, Pam, but from my observations, especially since last summer, I have seen so much dismissal of things that can be tangibly proven, repeated, and identified, and even by some of the more broad-minded people that do allow a lot more possibility, do not accept it, will not accept it, will not recognize it, and basically discard it as a non-life skill. Well, I think it is a life skill that needs to be learned and honed.
I agree.
What have you done in your life, Pam, to help exercise and basically grow that ability within yourself?
Well, I didn't have much of a choice. I got thrown to the wolves when I was young, so to speak, with like severe trauma from the age of 2 on up. And so I had to develop all of my skills very fast, reading from everything from reading rooms to kind of becoming a bit of a stoic. And you fast forward that into now, with all the subtle energies. I'm thankful that I grew up in all that trauma and chaos because I can sense almost anything that's been thrown at me. And these days, I think I have and I think we all, not just myself, we have a problem of too much information being thrown at us, and all the knowledge out there is being like is being used against us. It's being weaponized against us. And so how I'm combating that is I don't spend a lot of time on my cell phone. I take a lot of breaks from my computer because that's where I spend a lot of my time. And I limit all the notifications and distractions to a large degree. And so I have more sovereignty over my own time. I don't look at a device the first few minutes of a day. I do what I can to tune everything out. And so I can tune into myself. And if I can tune into myself and then the rest of the day, that's all set.
Awesome, awesome. Don, what do you do to exercise and promote the advancement of being able to develop, especially as a life skill, your ability to now read those signs and see those unseen energies and at work? Is there a certain procedure that you use or have been using after you became aware that has helped you grow in that area?
I would say the biggest thing is remaining in the state of awareness, which is very, very difficult. And the kind of work that I do, I feel also I'm very sensitive to energies and connections to people. So I had, prior to my awakening, I had gotten in the habit of being connected to more technology. Um, you know, 3 different things at one time, also multitasking with my work. So the way that I have found to be able to deal with all of the incoming is to be aware. And it's very difficult now that it's tax season. But some of the things that I did before my awakening, so again, there was some guidance, some force guiding me way before I got to the place, because I wasn't ready back then. There was no way you could have told me what I know now and I would have said, okay, and I would have followed it. No way, because I thought I knew too much back then. But I disconnected from the news 100%. I ended up opening a coffee shop that morphed into a restaurant and became a chef. Who knew? And I disconnected from the news, and that disconnection created a space for me to hear things in a different way. So when I tried to go back to it, it sounded like garbage. Like I saw that it was total BS. I saw that both sides were the same. I didn't get, you couldn't pull me back into it. No way. So, and of course I disconnected from cable news and ostensibly disconnected from many people because of that. And even family, albeit very difficult, I had to let go in order for me to receive more. And I think that's a big thing. Also, the way Pam described her choices, the same choices have been coming to me.
Okay, that's
I have to resonate with what Dawn said about letting go of toxic, like the news. I haven't watched that in a long time. I got rid of cable. I don't take in violence or anything like that. And I too have had to cut off friends and even much of my family because they chose a darker path. And when you start eliminating all the distractions and all the things that's like draining you from your spiritual essence, you'll find that your intuition and all of that will start to develop much more stronger.
I can see that. What about you, London? Now that you have expressed and relayed to us some of the subtle nuances that you're picking up on. How do you enhance that, exercise it, and develop it day by day, and keep it relevant within the moment? Since you're understanding and awareness of it.
So, to be honest with you, some of it is more or less like, how would you say, on free flow, going with the flow, freestyling. You know, just doing what comes natural. Because eventually, what is meant for you will find its way to you, Access, right? And when it comes to you, you can't even act. You can't even act like, oh, what is this? Like, because it's meant for you, and you kind of knew it was on its way, right? So when it comes, I just more or less try to freestyle with the flow. Just, you know, be like water. Just don't act like it's brand new to me, you know. And it seems to be working that way, you know, because it's what I'm looking for and asking for.
Okay, so you kind of ride the current then,
Correct.
and I've got it. Pam was brought into it by circumstance, and she exercises it now from that point. Um, uh, Dawn, obviously, you know, when she became aware of it, now she continues in the present moment to stay cognizant of it. Dominique, what about yourself, sir?
The unseen that we're trying to describe is constantly there. I think I heard a couple of people talk about the information. Information is being processed by a lower processor. You're not actually using your higher processor. This is where Christ consciousness comes in. Your lower program, the self. Most people are serving the self. As you look at a computer, you're looking at it from, or even a gamer, you're looking on the ongoing program. Behind it, we know there's a DOS. Who's the gamer? The one that's the game actually is the self. That's the one that thinks anything outside of it's an enemy. That's the one that thinks it's free will. Higher processor, it'd be like trying to get all this information and jam it into a Commodore 64. Once you become aware of that, then you realize, is it actually up to date? Am I being triggered? Am I mature enough yet? Am I actually using my higher intellect? The distraction is for the program, flat earth, half full, half empty. You get me upset. You know, again, that's the lower program. Now, when I say the higher program and the lower program, the one that's running your body as we're speaking right now, there's something functioning in that liquid. The liquid's in your body. When a person goes in a coma state, something's still running it. That's constantly there. Some people, they have to be triggered, a divorce, loss of a loved one, and this is where some people can speak in tongues. Again, that's what's called the unseen. The senses are just for your waking state. When you're in a sleep state, you become aware of things. Hence why when people say they have dreams, well, then what's the common theme? You got to be in stillness and you got to somewhat be in silence. Again, we're communicating with each other with this lower process. Some people can actually shrug through it and then they compare it to somebody else that's even lower. You know, this is why when people say go into a state of meditation, listen from within, all that other stuff is drama. What you do at work, the kids you raise, they're not finding out what energy really is. Again, this is just me playing games here. You'll know when you're aware of certain things, and you can, I don't know if you're manipulating, because the manipulation's already being done in the waking state. Anyway, I'm hearing you guys.
Gotcha. Knowing that we live in kind of a compartmentalized existence, and we have to deal with the circumstances that surround being in a compartmentalized existence. I would like, you know, for people who get to see this stream, or even the ones now, which are much appreciated, to maybe get some resources that they can work with that would help them to develop or even become aware of these synchronicities and subtle nuances that are coming from the program or the programmer. Obviously, this is a construct. I see a lot of intelligent design, and as for myself, once I became broadened in my exercising of this, I found that being in a astral or an ethereal state of being, the things that seem to be impossible or improbable here are then freed up there. And sometimes I use that as an exercise to stay cognizant of the subtle nuances or signals or synchronicities or number correlations. And I try and enhance this with understanding that everything that I look at is not actually a part of me. Though I am here and the mechanics behind that, yet to be solidified as some factual source, I've found that incorporating these extra states of being help me recognize that my environment is suggesting things to me at all times. And that's not necessarily coming from another human. That's from nature all the way down to, my own interactive art, and maybe something that correlates to me understanding that this is an exercise in enhanced observation of subtle energies and nuances, and I apply that to myself every day to become more adept and more aware. But the more that I do this, the further away and connected I feel from what people would consider to be the average person's life. I've become completely distant from them, and now I read my environment and I receive messages and interpret my environment as almost as if I'm reading instructions, or I'm seeing the way the construct is put together and how to interact in it with these subtle energies. And I exercise it every day. And even when I'm asleep in the ethereal, I exercise it. Whenever I choose to remove my energy and transition to other places, not necessarily physical, I'm still exercising the awareness of these subtle nuances, and to as much depth as I can to bring back to the physical being, and that houses the consciousness, the universal observer within us. And that is one of the techniques that I have found very effective as an exercise to help expand, grow, and for some who aren't there, maybe possibly discover these interactions that most people just don't even realize, or they take for granted. And I think we've come to the term that this is a life skill, recognizing the unseen, being aware of it, and developing, just like the body, a productive and healthy way of maintaining it, such as you would the body, and being aware of both spectrums. Okay, and on that, um, is there something that you guys, any of you, that can relate to the um, out of physical form awareness that helps heighten the sense of understanding and recognizing these subtle interactions from the unseen?
But I think I'm yet to have one of those. How would people call them? Out of body experiences. So I'm a bit limited in that department.
What about dreams, London?
I mean, once upon a time, I used to have those. Once upon a time.
You don't dream anymore? Or that you remember?
Bit of both, really. I mean, I play out little scenarios in my head for like a minute or two, and then I'm in sleep land. I don't remember what happens anymore.
That's probably because we smoke too much weed. I don't remember my dreams either.
But it's not like I'm bothered anyway. You know, I'm not bothered. I'm not there to remember. I'm not. I don't go to sleep for dreams. Put it that way. I don't go to sleep to dream. I go to sleep to wake up to possibly see another day. If dreams happen, then you know, hey, well, wicked. But I'm not bothered if I dream or do not dream.
I use now these days because of my development, dreams to answer questions. Where that information comes from would have to be a surrounding environment of kind of anthropic information. But I find that my dreams, the more that I exercise this awareness, the more profound and relevant they come to possible events that are going to transpire, even to the point of understanding how to do certain things that I want to achieve. And if I use the dream state to retrieve that information, I find it easier to tap into all the surrounding information, such as the Akashic records, to bring myself to that awareness. And that's another exercise that I endeavor upon. I haven't had.
It's
I'm sorry.
interesting. It's interesting you brought up the dreams axis and like knowledge being like disseminated through dreams, because I don't remember a lot of my dreams because I normally smoke weed and stuff. But one of the dreams I do remember having, I was talking to a spirit guide and like some kind of spiritual guide in the dream, and I was being taught something. And when I woke up, I remember desperately trying to remember like what was I being taught, but I distinctly remember I was being like taught something like from an instructional point of view.
Right, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Edgar Casey used to sleep with books underneath of his pillow, and upon waking, he was aware of all the information in that book. And that's kind of what set me in that direction, is because maybe not in the conscious waking state are we cerebrally able to tap into that, but maybe being in a state of sleep, you're more susceptible to retrieving that information. And that's what I embarked upon. And the more that I worked with it, the more that I found relevancy, and I found that information was more free flowing, more open, more accessible, broader, and I had an extensive reach within the sleeping hours to obtain information that could probably have taken me weeks to months or years to have acquired in a awakening state of mind. And you guys feel relevant to that?
Yeah, the unknown, in this case, your subconscious can take on way more information. If something is inspired to be written or spoken through inspiration, you should be able to grasp it. And yes, people that have that ability, that if they put a pillow and their intent, like that information under their pillow and their intent is no different if you put like certain types of drawings underneath your pillow or underneath your bed sheets, you can draw that energy. But that's for the higher source. This is why when people do ayahuasca or hemp, you're just engaging your lower source. You're getting a peak, but you're not actually obtaining it. So this is why, some people in these communities, oh yeah, and then you think about all the stuff that they're smoking, you might as well be doing bloodletting, as far as I'm concerned. But hey, if it is a healing plant, so it can heal, usually whether physically, emotionally, or mentally. Unfortunately, it's not something you're going to be able to download a lot of information with.
A lot of people use it for escapism and they fail to do the integration and shadow work that comes with using those plant medicines, and it becomes a crutch, unfortunately.
Oh, very true, Pamela. It's like when you hear about people doing ayahuasca and then they start puking. I say, well, yeah, first of all, you have the wrong diet. And the shaman guy probably is not there to really assist you. And if they are, they would have to get to know you first. Like, what's your intent? You come into Peru. Okay, do you understand the ley lines? Do you understand the hemispheres that you're in Peru? Again, most people do this stuff because it's some novelty. You're better off doing Rattblood than at that point.
Yeah, I was spiritually called to it, like the same spiritual calling I felt when I got saved, and I experienced so much like therapeutic benefit from it. But I was there with the right intentions and the right reasons. But I used to be really into the new age thing, and I noticed a lot of people that were in my peer group or whatever were doing it for a matter of escapism and parties. And I've always seen that good in like shamanic type of instances, but I've always found it interesting that people like something like that so sacred that most people just use as a means to escape, and it never serves its true purpose. Because I've had experiences like I'm still integrating from years ago,
Yeah, you're probably still downloading all kinds of information, Pam.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still like processing experiences I've had, and so I don't have any desire to go, oh, let me go do that again. Like I'm good for a long time.
Yeah, repetition is something that becomes a constant. Like, think about kicking a soccer ball or a football or throwing a football, or there's that repetition, whatever. Which it's a craft, but it's the only reason why most people stick to it, because they get paid enough money from it, or it's entertainment, which is fine. But if a person starts understanding when you're throwing a football, what are the motions happening with your hands, or you're doing a free throw or kicking a soccer ball, you're doing something with your physical foot. And this goes back to when people would understand different days of the week, different colors associated with it. It's a lot of work. We've just we're way too busy serving the self. Way too busy serving the self. People use words like, oh, I'm following the truth. I say, you don't got a fucking clue what you're following. But hey, each their own.
Well, I believe that to be resonantly true because of the compartmentalized existence that we lead, as far as our spectrum of observation. When I started working with energies outside of the body, and I don't want to classify it as astral projection or any type of distinct name. I just consider it a conscious awareness that is not a dream state, is still a conscious state, but not confined to the body. And I have retrieved, just I'm sure as Max Vision teaches, information as if though I was there, present and observing, and was able to bring that information back to my waking consciousness. So for me, you have the dream state of retrieving subtle nuances and exercising awareness of unseen energies. But you also have a a projection away from the human meat sack or body that is just as capable of observation and information interpretation and receiving and bringing that back to your conscious state as a learned experience or information or even something that you want to observe um, without physically being there. I'm not sure if any of you have gone, in that direction or have put much applied research or study to it, but I deal a lot with frequencies and energies.
Hey,
And
can I add
I'm
on to
sorry,
this?
go ahead.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
Respect. I mean, because let's kind of stick with what you was talking about, right? But then let's throw into the equation consciousness, right? Because I mean, when we're asleep, right, we are kind of still, somewhat of consciousness. We're aware of certain things. We're still tapped in, halfway in, halfway out. So there's still consciousness there, right? Even when we're sleeping. But then, even with this dream state, right? Like, I've always said to myself, of lately, the daydream seems to feel more sweeter than the original dreaming when I'm fully asleep and everything. Sometimes when someone knocks me out of a daydream, I'm like, oh, what was you doing, man? I was enjoying that, man. I was calm, like, to the point where even with my son or even when I'm in a daydream and someone tries to get my attention, I'm not sleeping, but I'm not consciousness. I'm not responding, but I'm awake. And it's different for when I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping, but I'm still conscious.
One question that seems to be kind of a recurring inquiry is, what do you attribute the source of you, form and function, whether it be a daydream or being conscious and aware, or even what you say you have a little difficulty with your dream state? What do you feel the source of that you, that observer, and what is the motivation behind it that outside of just your physical survival, do you feel fulfilled by and even inspired to retrieve this type of knowledge? Because I've seen how much you put into your work with your projects and your research on the crater Earth and the reflections. Behind that is a consciousness. Where do you think that particular consciousness, its direct sense of origin comes from, and what do you feel, even if you can identify with that, its motivation is?
Well, I mean, it could be a few things. It could be, me directing this type of energy towards myself, looking for these things. But at the same time, it could just be there, everything could just be there, but we're not looking as hard as we should be looking, really. But I'm not even looking that hard, Access. That's the thing. And every other day I get little dots connected, just by little pictures that I see, little symbols that I come across, or just by speaking to somebody, even just this little conversation can reveal so much of somebody. even relating to my work. But I feel like just how can I put it to you? Definitely with the definitely with like a hive mindset. I feel like we are all supposed to be on the same level, or if we're not, sorry, not on the same level, but on the same wavelength to some degree, you know, on the same wavelength. And if we're not, eventually we could possibly be on the same wavelength, you know, if we stick to one goal, like one goal for everybody, but everybody seems to be, you know, more segregated, more split up, like everyone got their own mission, which is true, you know, because no one got the same path. I understand that. But when they say all roads lead to Rome, I think that's for a reason, you know, especially with these top cats. You know, they seem to be in different places, but all of their roads lead to the same place. And I think that's what we're not mastering.
So then kind of, this is just an observation and a take on what you're saying. Do you feel that there's a blanketed consciousness, for lack of a better term, we'll call it source, and each of us are a different nodal point of this blanketed consciousness, and our endeavors are a recovery of information and experience that's brought back to this blanketed consciousness that you're just a part of a nodal of, a nodal being a transmitter and a receiver, because this is the same aspect that's being presented to us in today's society and technology. I'd love to hear your take on that, Pam. I really would.
She might have gone to
I'm sorry.
clean her.
No, I
She is.
stepped away for a second. I was refilling my glass. What was that?
We were discussing the hive mind and and the reason for motivation of an individual consciousness, and we were kind of by proxy saying it's a blanketed consciousness, and each of us being a nodal point receiving information that feeds this blanketed hive-minded consciousness, and everything returns eventually to this one sense of one sense of source, one sense of consciousness, a singular, but yet experiencing through nodal points, which would keep us all relevantly attached to each other by energy and by source.
Well, it's a two-way system. Think about it. Like, we're sending it information, but it's sending us. Look at all the simultaneous inventions that happened around the same time, like with flight.
Right. The 100 monkey effect. Okay. And for those that don't understand the 100 monkey effect, what that is they did a closed research on monkeys, and they taught 100 monkeys how to do a particular task. And once they achieved that certain number, then all the monkeys that were not subjected to this learned behavior immediately developed it. So do you feel that humans are the same way in a sense and manner, that once a certain amount of people get a understanding of something, that for a monkey it would be more natural and primal, but for a human, if they were in that natural primal state, would receive that information by proxy in the same way.
I think so.
Well, we lost. Looks like we lost Dom.
I wanted to hear some more from Dom actually on some of these topics.
Yeah,
I think
He goes quite deep on these
left.
topics.
He put a message in the chat. I think he had to go.
oh no. I did. Yeah, I definitely did so wanna interact with him some more. But back to the 100 monkey effect.
Hey, heads up. I'm about to stuff my face, so I'm going to mute up. Heads up.
Okay.
I was going to say that to your point about the 100th monkey effect, I think it's similar for us. But I think for us, because we have more, how do I say it? We're in a different level of consciousness. I think for us, the information is available, but it's not necessarily pushed. Just like with her phones. With our cell phones, we can choose what we want pushed into the phone. For me, I don't want the system pushing so much into my phone. I want control over it. So I
Exactly.
will, little at a time, I will pick and choose what I want to come into my phone. And it's similar to us humans. But like you were saying, we have many aspects of unconsciousness. Some of it seems to be the way of the design for this realm, but we all in this space have realized that there is a malevolent force here that is controlling us in a way of mind controlling us, so that what's being necessarily pushed to us is not necessarily a push. It's being taught to us. It's a different word, the same effects, but it's being taught to us, that we're voluntarily accepting this information. And then once we accept it from this source that we trust, school, then it's hard for us to let it go. We don't let in anything else. There's an update waiting. No update, because who did that come from? It didn't come from the school, so we can't accept that update. And so I think it's similar to that.
Okay. I can relate to that. The what's being introduced in technology at this moment, as far as the hive-mindedness and the way they want to, kind of connect us to the cloud, that has a direct source, whether it be AI or whatever is behind that, and it would be more or less a governing, uh, I guess, entity behind everybody that's plugged in, and it's feeding each and every one of them as a transmitter and a receiver for the collective. And from my observation, and from what they call the 100 monkey effect, I believe that once you are able to clear yourself to that primal state, that shared knowledge, the same way as I exercise it, or either of you exercise it, becomes a natural state. And you inherently, once a certain particular amount of people become aware of something, it immediately entangles itself in the rest of the we'll call it the rest of the humans, or whatever species that is related to that first group of people learning that technology or that behavior or that habit.
But we've been programmed to, and some of our receptors, so to speak, have been turned off. So even though the information is available, we're unable to receive it. We're blocked off. Our perceptions have been blocked. We don't even know that something's available. And many of us we're not even aware that we are blocked. We are blocking ourselves in reality. We're really literally blocking ourselves. That's why this awakening process is the way we're describing it is important. And as Pam was referring to, the shadow work, that's what it's about. It's about unlocking ourselves so that we can, all systems a go, so that we can receive and let go of what we no longer need. But it really is a lengthy process. I think Pam was saying earlier that she's still embodying today things that she became aware of years ago, and it's the same for all of us, I think.
Exactly. And it's funny, this realm doesn't make it easy. And like, some cars have governors so they don't go over a certain speed. And I feel like our brain is the same way. It has a governor built into it. And so without a lot of work, it's going to be really hard to remember, because I think a lot of what we're doing is not actually learning but remembering. And I think it's much like a layer of an onion. We have to keep on peeling away at the layers to help ourselves remember, even more, like our true purpose and what we came here to do and all of that.
So you feel that we come with a um, pre-agenda from the time that we're introduced into this plane of existence. That
I don't think we come here purposeless.
So to you, it's there's no chaotic randomness to it. This is all a part of a construct and a greater architect, an intelligent design, even as far as the individual human and the essence of what they are.
Well, yeah, every cell in our body has a purpose. I mean, even the cancer cells are rebels trying to break free from the system.
Right. I agree with you, Pam. I'm not trying to.
Oh, I know. I wouldn't take it as such anyways. I know in this panel verse, a lot of people get their panties in a twist if some people even slightly disagree. I love the exchange of ideas. These are the type of panels I really enjoy and value, Axis.
I appreciate that. I would like to be able to kind of hit on, or at least be able to uncover useful resources, techniques, or something that could exercise people's ability not only to be familiar with the unknown, the unseen, or energies that they may not be aware of. And if, whether me or either of you guys have some type of resource or some type of, I don't know, ritual, we'll just call it a ritual for lack of a better word, to help enhance that, to help people who don't have access to that type of information of, well, okay, I'm catching these little things, I'm noticing these synchronicities, but what exercises can I do, or what can I apply to myself to make me more aware of them and more cognizant of unseen energies and information and influences?
Do you think there's anything that can be done in that sense? Do you think there's some type of exercise we're supposed to be doing, or do you think it's just something naturally embedded in us? If it's supposed to be with us, it's supposed to be with us.
I think in our natural state, like the 100 monkey effect, that at one time we were capable of receiving packets, downloads, without any type of resistance or interference. But in today's society and the way that we've been engineered, I think that they have taken every advantage of disabling that within us, and that this now has to be something that is pursued and developed, and not only developed, but exercised so that it becomes much more enhanced to where it is almost a natural, like you said, a flow of things. Once you get on that river and you've exercised the ability to recognize these nuances, you're able to flow with it. And it's almost a signal as to where the current's going, an awareness, and you're not left without a resource that you may need, like trying to paddle backwards without a paddle against the current, or even being stuck in the water without a boat, or not knowing how to swim. I think it's that relevant, and I think it's that important that we not only exercise, become aware of, but do everything within our power to make this a natural flow of self, of being, awareness, and even on a survival and the endurance state of this plane of existence. You know, like I said, I think it's necessary, and I'd love to be able to extend resources that any of us on panel have or have had that could help someone who doesn't quite understand how these energies and these nuances are really beneficial to our existence here.
I'd like to share something, but I want to preference it with an understanding that the path for each of us may be different. So I want to first share that I think it was back in 2004, maybe 2005. I used to get these headaches. I was in Hawaii. To get these headaches, and my body was going through some changes. I was deep asleep to my soul back then. And my oldest daughter, she was 12, um, would all of a sudden, she just came over. And I was having trouble sleeping back then. And she called it spirit lifting. And it worked. Who told her she could do it? No one. She just decided it. And what she would do, I would be laying on the couch, and she would come above me, standing above me, and wave those skinny arms in an upward motion over and over. And she made up this chant, lift mommy's spirits. Help her get some sleep tonight. Lift mommy's spirits. Take away her headache. I don't know how long she would have to do it. I would be out every time. And then she taught her sisters. I remember she would set up training sessions, and she would order them into the room, and they would have to learn it, and then they would line up and do it. Whenever I needed it, she would notice, are you not feeling good? Okay, we got to go train. And then they would come and do this thing that she taught herself. So what I get at is, for me, as a person who has been a big doer, the program worked very well for me. I work like a machine. For me, it's a not doing that is getting me to my awareness. The more doing I do, the more distracted I become, because the doing becomes the mission. And that is not the way. That is not it. The meditation is not it. It is just a tool. And once the meditation becomes the ritual, it becomes the focus, the mission, you will have lost your way. So, for those of us who find difficulty in regimentation, try not doing, just don't do. So, for me, that's been the biggest difficulty because I couldn't sit still for 5 minutes. But else has become my path to enter from there. So, I wanted to offer that option.
Okay, if I'm interpreting this right, it's almost a shamanistic approach with the endeavor, but yet you're peeling away the layers of the onion to get to the core sense of that receptiveness and being able to recognize, develop, and grow it by the removal of. We all know we got to start with baggage. We start. That's one of the first steps I feel in self-discovery is finding out what you're not, and then getting down to the core of after you've found out everything you're not, what should be left is what you are. And I think that was a heavy practice amongst lots of tribal people was these things that even today, they call them hang-ups or, your trauma or this, that, or another. You would almost have to devoid that to retain that sense of natural reception. Am I reading that right?
Absolutely. Because we get in our own way when we try to direct. We get in the way. We're not doing it on purpose. But so I would say the first step in it, so this journey can be difficult or it can be real difficult. The more we get in the way, and like I said, I went through a master class and I did all these things and went down all these rabbit holes only to realize all I needed to do was do nothing. I didn't have to go into nature. I didn't have to take it. I didn't have to do any drugs or try anything, mushrooms. I didn't have to do any of that. All I had to do was sit down and be quiet for a few minutes, which is very difficult for me if you haven't noticed. But
Yeah.
that doing of not doing allowed me to hear my inner self and become aware of my body's reactions or emotions, energy and motion, and to realize that, hey, my body feels a certain way here. I noticed it. And it's still something, as Pam was saying, I'm still embodying that because it's an instinct, so to speak. It's a natural thing for me to try to do something about it. The not doing is not natural, although it should be. It's an attunement with your body. So I would say before, excuse me, trying to take any steps to force awakening, I would say just breathe. You don't need to have any technique with it. You don't need to do anything. I would say just sit. And then messages will come.
It's interesting that you use the word awakening. Um, I found that there are those who naturally become, in another word, aware. We won't necessarily call it awakening because there's lots of people that say they're awake or try to personify that, and they may be aware of some things, but as far as being awake, I'm not. I'm not quite sold on that. But the awareness of these things, I think that that you're hitting on a key there. It's such as walking into, well, like Pam said, walking into a room and being aware that this room is in this state. And then people that are searching for this supposed awakening or being woke are just buying into another system of limitations. Whereas London, which, I kind of like his interpretation, the awareness is a free flowing thing that doesn't require so much attention, but it's the lack of attention and the heightening of awareness. Am I kind of hitting it there with you?
Absolutely. That's exactly what it is. It is a nothing. It's a no thing to be doing because it's being in the flow and allow energy to flow through you. And I think it was Pam, maybe London earlier, that was alluding to that the body, these organs we have a function outside of physical. There is an energetic, or some would say spiritual function for these organs. And I've learned that the heart transmutes energy. It gets stuck in us because we get all tense. I know me, I find myself working and my whole body is tensed up from years ago, learning you have to hold your stomach in and put your back straight. You have to do all of these things while doing. We forget that energy has to flow through us. And so I'm learning relax. And as soon as I allow, it's an allowance, is the way I've described it. As soon as I allow my body to relax, oh, my things start working much better. My headache goes away. My stress is able to resolve itself. I think the way you're describing it works as well.
So, kind of the key to that would be, instead of um, trying to forcefully be aware of awareness, it's the absence of application of that energy of being aware of the awareness that allows you to become aware. And then it takes on a natural state.
That's right.
Yeah, I can relate to that completely. London, Pam, you guys got this is good information for anyone who's listening. I'd love to have some feedback on this.
Definitely. I think once you're aware of what's going on around you, it's just a natural thing. It's a natural occurrence. It's almost like cruise control, what they show us in these programs, when you can set, whether it's a plane or a car or a boat, anything to manual, just shifts into override and just do its thing. I think that's like the body itself. I think once the body becomes aware of what it's supposed to do and what it can do, what it's capable of, and if we can set it to that tone or frequency, I think it will just run like clockwork, really.
I think creation happens in a space of emptiness or the void. So in order for us to have true creation and insights and that heightened spiritual intuition, we have to make room for areas to experience that void and emptiness for those insights and things to come online or to surface.
I agree there. I mean, even somewhat of how I even got into my enlightenment, I, cleared my head of a lot of the foolishness out there. There was a void there, and I was aware of the void because I was aware of what I was doing and what I was taking in. So yeah, I was noticing things that I was willing to listen to and pay attention to was taking up that space instead of just a lot of crap.
And then I also wanted to expand on what Dawn said about the heart. The heart is one of the most under-recognized organs in our body, even from a spiritual level, because when we go talking about manifesting, when we start feeling and seeing things through our hearts, it happens for us a lot faster.
So kind of so if I'm getting this right and can allay this that people would better understand it is it's the approach of not applying yourself to understand, recognize, or learn, but it's the withdrawal of that and allowing that natural current to feed the resources of whatever endeavor your mind or whatever you decide to take on as an experience. By removing the applied instinctive nature of examining and trying to understand it, more so just step back and allow that possibility to be and being receptive to it.
Just allow it to flow like water. Water will find its way through to the cracks and crevices if you just let it to flow in its own time and its own space.
Right.
When you try to direct water, like a dam, you try to direct it, you don't realize that you're blocking it in one area because you want it to go in one direction while it was needed somewhere else. So it's kind of like we get in the way. And so and that's what happened to me this past weekend. Like I said, but that's why it's not a problem that I went through that, because that is the process of awakening to ourselves, is to forget and then remember. And then the more that you experience that forgetting and then remembering that, oh yeah, it gets faster. It's a quickening effect that occurs to where you get to a point where you remain more often in consciousness than not. In other words, I could have taken years to remember that I don't have to do anything. But instead, it just took me a matter of days, and then it'll be hours. That's just what I've experienced, and I experienced in other people. And I believe that that is what the Buddha and the Tao Te Ching, I think that's what it's talking about.
I'm going to use London's 80-20 on this, and I'm going to say that what we're describing here defies 80% of not only religion as a organization, social societies and various sects of, we'll call them privileged societies. 80% of what we're saying here would absolutely defy their principles. Whereas the other 20% could probably either, if not relate completely, learn and develop from this technique. And I'm calling it a technique because that's kind of what we're describing here.
Well, there's a saying in the Bible, if I can recall it properly: broad is the gate and broad is the way that leadeth to eternal destruction. And I think narrow is the gate and narrow is the way that leads to eternal life. I followed some of those things that was planted in me from youth, and it guided me here without doing ACIM or anything else, meditation, yoga. I hadn't experienced any of those things. And when I took that master class, all of these other people who had, why, you haven't done it, you got to read, you got to do this, you got to do all these things. And I had the simple question: I'm here already. Why do I need those things? Well, you're not going to get anywhere if you don't. That is what you were describing as the woke trap that some people find themselves in. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I've tried a lot of things, and the not doing has brought me peace that I had never known.
So I've never did any of those things either, and I 100% can like I can say that I attest to your experience. Like I've had a lot of spiritual experiences and things like that, and I never meditated. I never did yoga. I've To be honest, I've never felt drawn to it. I never really felt I had to do that. I always felt that everything I needed to connect was within.
So you kind of feel that maybe there's a certain percentile of people that are just naturally born to have this sense of awareness, whereas others they would have to learn and well peel away the onion to
Well, it's about
achieve
like
what.
it's like a seed in a garden. It's only going to grow axis when the seed's ready and then the optimal conditions. And all we can do is plant seeds because not everyone this incarnation is going to wake up. There's a lot of people who probably had like really spiritual lives last incarnation or whatever that aren't on that path. And so no amount of anything is going to wake them up because they're scripted to they've agreed to play a different role than that. So a lot of people aren't even going to be able to hear that message.
So
Indeed.
I know
Yeah,
what.
this what happens. Go, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I was just
Please
going to
proceed.
agree with Pam. I was just going to agree and add to what Pam was saying that I don't believe that it is something that we're naturally born with at all. Not necessarily. But I think what happens is the choices that you were talking about a little bit ago, the different choices that you make in your life. For example, when I was became a young adult and a teenager, I didn't go out drinking and drugging. That and part of it was because I was raised in a very strict religious environment. So those choices didn't, to choose that didn't come to me or for me, is the way I can describe it. And perhaps because I didn't choose that, I didn't have to go down that difficult path of unindoctrinating myself or disconnecting from those choices. I just chose not to have it. I just didn't want it. I wasn't gravitating towards it. And therefore, this, my flowering, my blossoming happened this way for me. It was not easy. I would not say it's easier than someone else's. I'm just saying that I discovered the effortless path sooner than some, perhaps, because I wasn't distracted with a lot of the other things that some had.
We all come to this path in a variety of reasons and ways. I know for me, with my trauma and abuse starting at 2 or whatever, that I had to go to the spiritual path. I grew up and my mom, she was alcoholic and my father was the same choices and drugs and all of that. And so I saw a lot of what not to do, and then I took that in comparison, and I think like all of my experiences really, I don't know, it set me on a different path where I had to seek the light. I had to seek spirituality, and thankfully I felt connected to that at a very young age. But there's some people who have a pretty sheltered life, and then they work a corporate life, and then they realize that that's all a joke, and they come to an awakening that way. We're all here at different levels of awakening. Some people, like might be just barely waking up, and to them that's going to seem like a huge awakening. We're all at different varying levels here.
Absolutely. I think I think that's a for an outlook and an approach to that technique, and those of us who are naturally, you know, with this awareness. What is, and without naming channels or names or anything or even people, um, that are, they have the operative uh, agenda of waking people up. But yet, sometimes when I'm watching certain people, even in my real life, who are trying to wake people up, it still seems that they have a mode of operation. And sometimes even that mode of operation is the agenda of trying to wake people up. And the percentile rate that I've seen has been so 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 outbalanced by, you know, the fail of it than the success of it.
Well, think about it. Look what happens when Christians try to force the agenda of getting saved. Well, the new age is like it's the same way. It has its own tenets and its own things or that it tries to push too. I noticed with it, like it was the same matrix, just a little bit elevated from Christianity, full of its own thou shalts and thou shall nots, you know?
Right,
Also,
right.
I was going to say also, we don't realize the effects are long ranged. We tend to be a little impatient and we look at what's happening right now, what we can see now, and then we move on to something else. We don't necessarily see down the line the effect. For example, in the beginning, I would say back in 2020, I went through so much information coming in. I devoured so much from different people. For some reason today, a certain person that I was listening to was brought back to my mind. And so I went back to his YouTube channel and started listening to him. And oh my God, there was a message for me. I couldn't believe it. I needed it today. And it was a part of what I went through this weekend. And I needed it exactly today. And that person had such a profound effect on me back in the beginning. Everything he was saying, I lived until now. And today, listening to him again, it was like it flooded right back to me. And it just, whew, wow. And, so the result of some of these people, like this man that's planting seeds, are long ranged, because as Pam was saying, we go through this on our own path. And so I had to fall asleep and make some choices that were not necessarily a direct way to get to where I am today, but I went through that. I'm here now. And wow. So I cannot say necessarily that the results are not fruitful, because I'm only looking at it at one moment right now, and I cannot see the whole.
Okay, that definitely puts a light on what I was implying with people trying to wake people up, or you know, it it kind of becomes self-devoiding in the message itself. And then you have the other aspect of it, of which you had hit on there for a second, the state that a person finds themselves in if they're jerked into, which I mention a lot, a state of awareness beyond what they haven't done the absence of developing by developing damage, you know. Um, Maybe you've done irreparable damage to them by, and I know this all seems kind of familiar and basic, but I feel that the more these people are out there trying to push this woke agenda, or waking people up, maybe should probably take a little bit of a retrospective look at, even though they feel they're doing something good by the application, they're actually causing more harm and
Well, the
not taking
message
response.
I'm sorry I cut you off. Go right ahead. Sorry about that.
Yeah, they're just not taking responsibility for the full extent of what they're doing.
Well, the messages are not for everyone. And I think that we misunderstand that sometimes. I know that that's been a big one for me, where I would say, "Oh, that teacher's not a good teacher because they're not saying these particular things." That was a part of my being stuck in the woke community for a while. But I had to come to realize, oh my gosh, that message is for certain people that need it at the place that they are at that moment. Eventually, I outgrew some of these teachers. Like Mujiji was a part of my awakening. And now I don't need Mujiji. I'm at another level. I need a teacher that's talking about something in a different level. I'm here with you and the rest of the people today because I've grown to this level. I was not ready for this 2 years ago. No way. I had to go through a little bit more. I had to have some more time with Eckhart Tolle. But I'm not saying that those messages are not useful. They, like today, the fellow I listened to, he reflooded me and reminded me of who I am at a point that I needed it so that I could bring myself back to life. And so I would say that there is some value, but sometimes we miss it because we're looking at it from only a perspective. But when we step back and have a broader view, we can realize there are other people who need those messages where they are at that time.
Thus, the concept of planting the seed. Yeah, and I've seen certain people that have worked in that manner where they have dropped some serious diamonds and jewels in chats, or they've even been on panels and said certain things that just completely eluded everybody on the panel. But a week later, after looking at it, or certain amount of period of time, it became extremely relevant that they knew what they were doing when they were dropping that information. And I find that for myself to be a more effective means of teaching, as opposed to, you know, here's my message, here's what I'm pointing at, this is what you need to be aware of, and these are the steps that you need to focus your attention on and act upon to deliver yourself into this message of awakeness.
I see definitely where you're coming from. I think a lot of people who have the awakening channels, I think they're passionate. I grew up in southern Oklahoma around a lot of Southern Baptists and Pentecostals personally. And when someone would get saved or whatever, for the longest time, they were on fire for Jesus and all that. And they were trying to tell anyone they could. And they ended up alienating like a lot of their family and friends. And much like people do that join MLMs and stuff. But I've found that like a lot of that that channel and all that, it's about their passion, and like they're not grounded yet. They're not like they've just discovered something and they just want to share. I think it comes from a really good place, but a lot of that's just ungrounded energy. Even if it is like Christian or whatever.
I haven't, yeah. I've seen it, and I'm sure that you have, being familiar with the church, and you, Don. They completely bastardize any positive approach to bringing someone to even a self-awareness by their means and techniques. And even though this seems like ground that's been tread over, I feel it necessary that some people, even in an advanced state, being aware, should occasionally go back and review their approach as to where they were, where they are now, and where they're headed, so that they don't get lost and this deceived and distracted by their own message. I find myself having to do that. One day, I may have a message that seems extremely valuable and important, and I feel very confident that it's a positive one. But then, in retrospect and looking back upon it, I'm like, I'm glad I didn't say that. I'm glad I didn't relay that information, because in actuality, it was a defeatist, informative message that I was about to deliver. And I really, really would have, especially with a lot of people that I call friends and that I admire, I would really like to see them take a refresher course of themselves and kind of take inventory and stock on the fact that, don't get lost in your own message. Because if you're lost and you're trying to get these points across, or, wake the masses, whatever, you're going to not only do a disservice to yourself, but a complete disservice to the people that are around you. So another technique that we can offer to anyone who's listening or will be listening to this as an exercise, always do a retrospective view of self, and as honestly as you can possibly do it, which is another massive step that a lot of people have to take, is learning to be honest with themselves, but being honest in a way that is being truthful about themselves, their nature, and what their mode of operation is. It's kind of like the path to hell is paved with good intentions. I don't think you can be truly known of yourself until you start examining yourself before, and especially before you start trying to relay anything that you have a message of, to whether it be an individual or it be a crowd. I think that's a handy tool that is not very utilized by a lot of the majority of people. They just haphazardly go forward without that self-examination. And it might be pertinent to do it every morning when you wake up. Start the day, brand new day. Review yourself. Review the nature of yourself in the most true form that you can be, and with a truthfulness that is just as raw as it can get, without trying to deceive yourself into believing that you're a decent person.
I think I tend to stay in that state of self-awareness because I find myself throughout the day like, man, I could have approached that from a higher consciousness level. And like, to me, that comes like naturally. I don't have to make time for that.
That's a gift, man. That's a gift. I've seen so much just half-cocked, because yesterday you might have been hitting on something profound, and you might think that yesterday you were being honest to the heart's core, with truthfulness about who you actually are and ride out the next 2 or 3 days on that concept and belief that what you're doing, you yourself don't even have to question. I think a lot of that happened. I think a lot of that happened, especially here recently, because whenever we all went through the pandemic, there was a lot of mental illness, and the the uh, the mental illness was almost an epidemic itself. Suicides,
Domestic
people.
violence rates went up 40%.
Yeah, and I think that was a situation of people having to be forced in a position to confront themselves and the true nature of themselves. And I don't think a lot of people could handle it. I think that's why the mental illness went off the charts. Is a lot of I'm going to say the 80-20 thing again, like London produces. These people are living on a um, living without reflection. I mean, they're just existing without taking that introspective look. And upon being forced into that situation, I think that some people found the truth about themselves to be a lot more than they could mentally endure. But that's just kind of my opinion and just kind of my take on things. How relevant it is, they're not going to let us know. But I do feel that that's applicable to what we went through.
A lot of people woke up during the pandemic, though. I have older people in my life, my boyfriend's parents or mom or whatever. She took the jibby jabby and she woke up. She realizes now, looking back, that like so much about the medical system and all of that, without getting into details, is so messed up. And so I know that like there was a lot of mental illness and a lot of problems during that time. But I think a lot of people, like, they realize like the light was shed on a lot of the darkness and secret agendas taking place. And I think now a lot of people are more awake than ever. So I think that did a lot more good than bad.
Do you think that? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
I was going to add that in my area, um, what I witnessed was, without a doubt, mental illness. But I believe that we collectively had already become collectively mentally ill. And for us to have gotten to the point where we chose the leadership that we chose, for us to worship sports and these celebrities the way we do, um, to the point where some people give up everything they own, everything they have. They can't even feed themselves or their children to buy something with a celebrity's name on it, kind of thing. I think that collectively we had become already very ill. And I think that this pandemic allowed us to slow down. I think that we were vibrating at such a fast rate collectively. We were vibrating too quickly. We were sick. We are sick. And it this pandemic forced us to slow down and, as you said, see ourselves, to actually spend time with our children, to see what our children had become while we were not focused on our family's health. I heard some teachers happy that parents finally got to spend time with their children and realize what their children was doing at the school. And husband and wives had to stay home with each other and realize that they were not happy with each other. They could not even exist with each other. And some people realized they couldn't even exist with themselves. But all of that had to be seen. Not change. What you don't know exists. So you have to accept it. Like me, with my state of mind, with my physical body. I could have used my body up, treated it the way that I did, only loved it if it looked a certain way. And, you know, I could not continue that. It had to change. And so I'm being forced, and I see it, to accept myself as I am now, even though it does not look the way that I thought it should look. It is what it is. I have to love myself from where I am. And I think that's what's happening universally, as I was describing, and, as you were talking about. I don't believe that it's necessarily a bad thing that all of these situations occurred, because it's a byproduct of the choices we made in the past.
I can relate to that. Um, and one aspect that I take about it is I believe that when this was implemented on us, they knew exactly what the effects were going to be. Thus, them knowing how to work with the unseen energy. There was an underlying uh, presence or energy in what they were doing that I believe they were fully cognizant of, fully aware of, knew what the statistics of the outcome were going to be, and it gave them grounds after they finally lifted all the restrictions to re-engineer us, almost like erasing a chalkboard, and also in the process eliminating the less mentally stamina enduring people. I think that it was.
Possible.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, I think it's possible that, you know, we learned when we were younger, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So, yeah, there's a full spectrum of those things that could occur. But like someone recently reminded me, we are all the same, but we can make it that we are not all the same if we focus on the minor differences that we have. In reality, what I saw happening was, like you alluded to, there was a force that was creating a condition for us to awaken. That's how I saw it. That's exactly what I witnessed. But I
Well,
can also
diamonds are
see.
formed under
Mhm.
pressure, so we had to be put under pressure to, truly start to shine.
That's right. But I can see how some people would say that this was designed so that we could be forced to take this shot and, then make us sick and then, reinsert us into the system. While I saw that what it was a choice, it was a temperature check. Are you awake? Let's see how many people are going to choose to do something again to themselves, is the way I saw it.
Right, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the divorce rate, the separation rate, and the suicide rate all escalated during that particular time period. And I think it allowed them to optimize what they were socially constructing as accepted behavior as far as sexuality, passive relationships, what is it, the Magto way or the feminist way, and it became a very extremely pronounced state of mind for a lot of people, especially after we went through that experience. So that was my correlation with, you know, them having complete knowledge and understanding of what they were doing. Plus, they had access to the technology, the machine learning, the algorithms, and whether or not we have sentient AI, you know, that's just speculation. But it seems that this was entirely too well coordinated to define certain people and to exaggerate certain people's characters and personas, such as the feminist or the homosexual or the transsexual, and it eliminated that kind of nuclear family approach to social structure. I know. I noticed within the realms of associates and people that before we went through that episode had certain stances and moral perimeters that they had set for themselves and had for many, many years. But after we went through that episode and that traumatic period of time, their views changed. And I've seen a lot of people take an extreme position, whereas before they were, you know, very passive and blasé about the recognition of it.
Well, they definitely engineered all that to divide people.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, that was
Yeah,
a
absolutely.
completely weaponized psyop if I ever seen one. Like that's something that humanity hasn't experienced before.
Yeah. Boy, good to see you. Nice to have you.
Hey.
Hello, everybody.
Not talking to you, boy.
No.
The diva has arrived. It's diva time, y'all.
Right? That's my line. That's my
line.
What's going on, boy? Boy.
No drama, just rolling up, lining up.
Good man. 420 register.
I wanted
Have you
to.
been? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to put a question out regarding this this pandemic theater that we all went through. So I've come across an idea that what was actually happening during that time was something else, but true to form for those humans who rule over us currently. I've once heard them say, never let a tragedy or a tragedy go to waste, or a good tragedy go to waste, or something similar to that. What I think may have been happening, or an idea of what could have been happening, is an influx of energy on the planet, because during that time the energy coming through the sun was magnificent. A lot of shifting was going on the planet. I actually believe that our consciousness has been awakening, and there's another effect on the planet, which I think is alive. And if it is true that there are energy rays coming through the planet at a different force, then it would have an effect on people. It has an effect on us. And so, because these people here on the planet want to make us believe that they have abilities that they really may not, I think in a lot of ways, they trick us through our mind. They just put out a few words to make us think they can do something, and then we do the rest of it because the mind is very powerful. So I'm just putting it out there. Is it possible that they don't have any abilities at all? That this drugs that people took really didn't have any effect except the energy level, the increase of energy on the planet, which does have an effect to make us sick, is what
No,
caused them sickness.
no. Now you're giving them too little credit. They are actually poisoning people. They've been studying how to poison people best. So it's not like they're just doing saline and no. These are actual people. These are actual poisoners, right?
The recent mRNA study that came out the day before yesterday said that with the mRNA vaccines that they've seen a resurgence in people who had defeated like cancer, that in a lot of people that took that their cancers have been coming back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
Well, I do, as far as my observation, I know that the luminaries and the heavenly bodies have an effect on us during house mode cycle, and the sun, from my understanding, is in its furthest cycle from renewing, and we're in what they're calling the Kali Yuga, and the mode from switching into Aquarius. I think that knowing what I know and feeling what I feel about it, there's a lot of governing energies and effects from our luminary and the zodiac, even the count of the moon. I live on a 13-month calendar as opposed to the 12, and I do observe the long count of the sun's solar transition, and I do go by different modes and modulations according to which house we're in and which governing energy is a pair for that particular time, meaning now being Aquarius. But as far as them being like the described Mayan priest who could calculate when the eclipse was coming and hold a big ceremony and a bloodbath ritual, to appease the gods using predicted events. I don't think they're that. I don't think they're that in adapt to being able to do a lot more. I happen to agree with Boy that they are applying not only their energy but physical recourse to what they're putting into society. And there's certain terms and there's certain things that we can't name because YouTube seems to be a little against the First Amendment. But upon that, I do believe that they have a lot more energy work into this than just the planetary alignments and the cycles that we're under. But I do believe they coincide.
And what I've also noticed, what ties into it is the seasonal change, right? Not the normal seasonal change, but everybody that grows a garden knows that since 2022, the weather is really weird. 2022 was a weird season. 2023 less weird, but still weird. And now, well, this season starts very early this year already. It's very much like spring, and we're actually in midwinter.
Yeah.
So that keeps on shifting too. That's what I notice about the solar power or the energy shift, so to say.
Yeah, we've only had here in the north, and I'm 30 miles from the Michigan state line and Indiana, and we haven't had what I would be nothing even remotely as to what I would remember as or even call a winter. We've only had one snowfall, and there's only been a couple of days that really got down into, like minus 10, 15. And that is so for this area and for this time of year, not at all natural to what has been recorded in the past.
Yeah, well, that's been going down. The average temperature for wintertime has been going up in my lifetime because I remember everybody having skates, ice skates. Everybody had ice skates, because it would freeze over every winter. You would use them once or twice, or maybe, maybe not every year, but at least 7 years per 10 years, that's until I got to be, I think, around 16. Hardly any winters with ice after that. Hardly any. And now nobody has skates anymore because people just don't skate, because it just doesn't freeze over.
Right. I have a friend from the music industry that when he left the industry, he took his investment and he started ice fishing. And he does that on a professional level now. He also does custom pose. He's got some patents on them. And the last couple of years, whereas before his business was thriving and he was getting, $800, $1,200 for these custom pose, and he was out on the ice in his shanty with his friends. And the last couple of years, man, he's had to bite it really hard.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for him. And what a miserable way to invest your money, because at least you would think that seasons would stay somewhat relevant, but no, he was one of my first identifying markers that this was starting to become not only a
pattern,
it's
right? It's not incidental. It's not incidental that it doesn't freeze over. It's like, it's a pattern.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I just it's unseasonable, and they're trying to initiate it. I know what they're saying about it, and I know what they're trying to project with it. But I think that applies more towards social engineering and a technocracy that they're trying to implement on us.
Yeah.
And yeah, so you had the same observation, because I'm real curious to hear from you, boy. I don't get to hear you much on a personal level, or even get to interact with you much. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Yeah, I don't do too many streams. I used to like streaming, but I get bored with the toy. I still like it, but I used to live stream a lot. But yeah, no, but the seasons are changing, dude. But yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot this year. Talking spiritually and I say how society will progress or devolve this year.
Right.
There will be a lot going on this year, culturally, financially, infrastructurally. You can just feel it. I can just feel it.
It's like an impending doom for me.
Yeah, well, somebody said, never let a good crisis go to waste. It's not that I'm the best of crisis managers or like the best of opportunists, but it beats opportunities too, right?
Right. Right. I know a lot
I'm not
of
thinking like, oh, war breaks out, now we're gonna loot the streets or whatever. No, but
Well, come on now, that eclipse thing is happening. I've heard everything from Jesus is coming back, the aliens are coming back. I've heard Nibiru's coming back. People are saying all sorts of stuff.
sounds good. Bring it all down.
I'm prepared, so bring it on.
that's what, April 8th, I believe.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, when there's been a lot of speculation and profound predictions about what that has in store for us.
That's what I'm saying.
You're right. And that's another thing that they're able to utilize against us if something was to transpire. Taking Don's perspective on this and kind of promoting it as, they did this, not the eclipse, not the big X, that has nothing to do with it. We, as a governing behind the scenes party, we pulled this off. Or maybe they'll stage something just
Well,
to
funny you
make
say
it.
that, Axis, because I don't know how tuned in you are with the news, but apparently the Washington's coming out with there's a threat space now, supposedly from Russia, but everything from Washington's propaganda, so you might be onto something with that.
These days, I try to avoid as much as I can with the media, except for what hopefully I catch something if it's profound or detrimental to my life. But I don't trust that, things aren't manufactured and that things are brought to the course of an agenda for the development of technology, everything from neurolinking to transhumanism to, the technocracy and how they want to develop society. And I even question the propaganda. Someone may be using propaganda, but is that propaganda being used as propaganda against the propaganda? So it's so hard to define some things anymore, and that they've now allowed to be able to use propaganda on the American people. We'll take the southern border, for instance. I'm starting to see some effects from that in a very negative way. And it's just now starting to reach a level of information that I stumble across or may wind up being in the same chat room or on the same channel. But apparently, this is becoming a massive issue that they said was a non-issue.
Well, the U.S. government doesn't know what to do, so much so in some states they're implementing programs where random citizens can have the U.S. government drop migrants off at their homes, and there's no background check either way, and they don't know who they're getting. There was a story that ran on the news. I heard about it through the alternative media. This woman in Boston took in this migrant lady, and she was bragging about, oh, yes, she makes me all these food, and I have my indoor servant now. And I was just like, man, that's so wrong. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
Really?
It's all over the place. Like, there's a program now. There's no background check on these people. Anyone can sign up, and you can have they don't tell you if you're getting men or women or anything. Like, several states now are offering this that people can sign up for, and I just think that's insane. I'm very protective over my house and my home, and so is my partner, and we cringe at the thought of housing a stranger or anything like that. That would never happen.
I mean, the evil is so out there. It's so obvious. It's so blatant. And but if you point it out, you're the criminal. It's so weird.
That's
Let's house all these illegal immigrants and give them extra money and house them in the 5-star hotel and just let our people die on the streets.
Boy, don't get me started on that. I get disability because I'm considered legally blind, even though I have some sight, and these migrants are getting 3 times what I get.
It's yeah, it's beyond insane.
really they're getting.
They're getting 3 times what I get per
No
month.
questions asked, dude. No questions asked. It's just,
I'm
here's a
all for
Wow.
people. I'm
here's a
all for
hotel. Here's a
people.
credit card. $2,200 per month.
Yeah. Like,
Well,
I'm
they
all
have
for people
everything
being
paid
here
already.
legally, but not at that expense.
No, and I totally agree that to me this feels like a soft invasion, and funded by our own government. Now, on kind of a satirical, humorous side, if they start migrating from Canada down into the United States, there's this one particular girl that I've had my eye on for several years. I will house her. But outside of
So hospitable. X is such hospitable, man, right?
Well, it's not even a good situation for the migrants. How many exploitative people are going to sign up and subject some people to some bad stuff? It's just a bad idea altogether. And a lot of these people coming over are fighting aged men, like that would be like sleeper cells or like really malevolent people, and to have these people just thinking, oh, I'm going to adopt a terrorist or adopt a migrant or whatever, you better off just go getting a dog at the shelter. At least something good to come from that.
That sounds like a good motto. Adopt a terrorist. Why don't you adopt a terrorist? Terrorists.
Well, I'm
are
I'm
people,
just
you
saying
know.
that
And
there's people
since
coming over from there, though.
and we've done this research, and well, it appears to be that all terrorists are actually freedom fighters. So, they all have the best intentions. Why don't you adopt a terrorist? Would you like a young terrorist, 17 years old, or middle-aged, like 35 years old veteran guy that's been around without, with an eye patch? Would you like that kind of terrorist?
Wow.
I live in Arizona. I see this stuff every day. So,
what's the temperature across the pond? Are they implementing anything like what we're dealing with here in the States?
No, it's a different ball game here, right? I mean, and
Because
it's a different game in every country here. Well, I think that goes like for the States in the USA, right?
I do know that at last I did any research on it, that there seemed to be an extreme Muslim movement and communities that were gathering and starting to build themselves, and certain countries with the systems were having some difficulty with adapting to the cultural differences. I know what the implications in America could be because, well, we had a couple of 3 buildings that.
Yeah, I mean that is a thing. Like just very much like London isn't. Is very much like London, the city of London. Well, London is not white anymore, English, right? It's like a metropole. It's like there's more Indian and black people and Turkish and Moroccan people than there's white people. So that's pretty
not
much
according to King Stephen, boy.
no, right?
Yeah.
And that's pretty much the case in Rotterdam too. But it's been like that for many years. And I think the same goes for Amsterdam. You know.
Hmm. I agree.
Wow, that's a hard line take because you know I'm going to have to kind of point out the elephant in the room, man. Is whenever you're dealing with that type of extreme cultural difference, you know that takes on a real life, real time, life or death situation with some of the more extreme aspects
Yeah.
of that. Yeah, and there's, from my understanding, been a couple incidents here recently that have definitely shown that to be true. So, it's especially sometimes, and I know it's not funny, and I'm not trying to make too much light of it, but you take the traditional ideal of, the southern Appalachian, Kentucky, born, bred, and raised individual, and or even as far down as Tennessee or, you know, through the Appalachians. And you mix those two cultures together, well, hell, that's fire and gas. That's just an explosive situation waiting to happen, especially with the Southern Baptists being the majority in that area. I mean, good old boys against the established Abrahamic religion. I mean, oh shit,
Yeah, but we're just dealing with. I think I spoke about this on another stream yesterday or the day before. It's the Kalergi plan, in action. We're living in the results of the Kalergi plan. That's pretty much it. That's why
right.
That's why this is happening, and yeah, they're talking about deportations in Sweden and in Germany. So
it's gone that far.
Yeah, it's a bit late, but yeah, that's mainstream news now, right? Maybe it's just to appease the public. Maybe it's just to appease the audience. They will talk about it and they won't do it. But then again, Sweden. In Sweden, I haven't been there, but the messages that I get from there is that there lives no more white men in Göteborg or in Stockholm. It's just black people there. It's just totally invaded. And all the white people live in the country now, or in the small cities, or in the small towns. Because it's been totally invaded. It's not even that's not even exaggerated. That's just how it is.
I know here in the States, you get culturally browbeat for showing any resistance against the diversity that they're implementing on us. But, even that, outside of just culture, you have an ideology that's even beyond that. They have their personal agenda, their personal beliefs. Then you have the implemented powers that be over top of that. And then you have the native, we'll just call them the Native American, not Native American, but just us who were here before the border was kind of kicked wide open. And now they're talking that the numbers have gotten so extensive that, my last check was this is a formidable amount of people with so many different concepts, agendas, and personal ideals, whether it be philosophical or religion, that I almost see an inevitability coming out of this And it makes me think, the wall, are they taking all of what they would consider scourge or undesirables and boxing us into one particular country and then going to implement something not only on just one group, but the whole of the entire nation. And that's something I've toyed around with in my head a bit. Just seeing the cultures here in the city and how divided and diversified they are, the impoverishment. But apparently, if the government's paying for some of these people, like you say, it's a matter of housing then. But I think, they're going to implement something on a grand and much greater scale to kind of eliminate the dissidents, what they would consider dissidents of the planet. So, herd them all into one place and just euthanize the hell out of all of them.
Yeah.
That's just a perspective. That's, I'm not saying anything as a fact. It's just speculation and, me pondering things. But
No, I mean, it's nothing new that they will do. There's nothing new. It's like all the sayings that we've heard. Like first they take the poets and the artists and the union meisters and the inspirators and the journalists and then the singers and they will take it. That's how it goes. Those are always the ones, and the scientists that don't agree, those are the ones that they will take out. And, after that, it's pretty much everybody else.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. We were,
It's too late. Then it's too late.
At that, I think it's already reached the point where we're not ever going to see a time like we would remember before, we'll even say is 2010 or even earlier. I think the concepts that we had and the enjoyment and the experience that we had living in the countries that we lived in and, even here in the States are not ever going to be reformulated. And if you don't diversify or at least build some type of adjustment, defense, or adaptation to it, you're going to be taken under by the current. And if you're not taken under by the current, I think that those that have greater awareness or the powers that be have something else in store for us, which goes back to the epidemic.
Yeah.
But I know this is rehashing, but it's gotten dangerously close to some of my more loved ones and people that I really cherish and hold.
Sorry, can I just stop you for a second? Dawn, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure, Dawn. I think she's
Nice meeting you all. Have a good night.
Okay.
It was lovely to meet you.
Good evening.
Nice meeting you. Thank you.
Don, you're welcome anytime. It's been a pleasure. Please do come back.
I'll be back. I'll follow you guys. This was wonderful.
Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
Absolute pleasure.
And on
have
that
a great
note,
weekend.
I'm out too, guys.
Take care, Pam.
I'll catch y'all around. It's been fun. Axis, thanks for hosting. It's been a really lovely conversation. I definitely will be walking away from this with some soul food. So thank you.
Pam, it's always a pleasure. Always. And you're welcome anytime. It's it's my honor to have you here. So peace be with you and all love.
Much love, and I'm going to leave you in good company with Voy and London Man.
There you go.
Hey, that's all right.
Hey, you're starting to balk a bit. Just a heads up, I've got about another 10-15 up here anyway. Then I'm hitting the road.
Right. It's been a pretty good show tonight. Great panelists, great chat, and lots of information for anybody that comes across this, and I'm probably leave it up so that it can be a reference guide, and hopefully it's like Don said, planting seeds, and maybe this will help somebody out along the way. But I've enjoyed everybody today. I really have. I've been really blessed with good company, and I'm very much glad I got to be able to spend some time speaking with Voy, because I've been on panel with you, Voy, but we've never really got to interact much.
Yeah. A long time ago, like 2-3 years, maybe even.
Yeah, it's been a bit.
Yeah.
And a lot of changes since then. A lot of people have come and gone. A lot of platforms come and gone. A lot of impending situations, socially, environmentally, politically. It's just interesting to see how people have adapted to it. And then you have the other spectrum, those that just did not adapt at all.
Interesting. Yeah,
So how are things coming with your endeavors on the Holy AI book there, London? Can you give us a preview of where you're headed with this of now?
Well, I mean, there's so many roads to Rome, right? Even though I'm involved with the moon theory and the bigger Earth and everything, I've also been looking at the things that make up the things that make up our landscape, right? The thing that we call continents and homes, and I'm about to drop one called the Beast Files. Working on the Beast Files.
Okay.
So it's a bit it's different, but it's still on the same track.
Right. I've been keeping up with you. I haven't been able to panel up or even get in the chat much here lately because I've been working on music and trying to stay up on certain legal happenings in my life, and also spring is around the corner. I definitely want a fresh start and a new perspective and outlook on things by the spring gets here. But I'm always curious, and I always, whenever you post, I'll go back and examine, refresh, and review what you've got going on, what you've done. Last couple of times you've done some pretty satirical stuff that I found very humorous. Did we lose Voy?
I think so.
Voy, thank you and bless you. It was a pleasure having you, and you're welcome anytime. I'm sorry, London. Go ahead. I was talking about the satirical approach you were taking the last couple of panels you've done.
Oh yeah, with the social experiments.
Yeah. 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 I think a couple of people felt like they got their toes stepped on a little bit, which I know you don't mean any harm by that. I'm very much aware of that. But I did hear repercussions and echoes throughout the metaverse. And I was like, oh man, they're losing the high inside of it. This is good shit, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's not me saying these words; it's people saying these things, and I'm just putting it together. You know, I'm just recapping the things people missed. Really,
Right? You know, and I don't find it. I do that myself. You know that I do it with music, but sometimes the visuals that you apply to it are. I just sit and chuckle and laugh, and I'm like, oh man, you know, you catch some of the finer aspects of people when they're not really, I guess, cognizant of themselves.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate it. It's a fresh take sometimes on a lightening of the situation, because I notice some of the people, you know, even though they don't take it well, they take themselves way too serious.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't mind when people, you know, do a little poke at me or this, as long as it's not, you know, meaning with a harmful intent. You know, I don't mind a little satirics here and there. That doesn't bother me. But some of these people should take a perspective and realize that, yeah, buddy, you are coming across that comically. And if you looked at it from somebody else's point of view, you know, slow down on yourself, man. Step back and take a deep breath and laugh, or at least chuckle. Hell, smile, crack a grin.
Exactly. Pamela says she finds them funny as hell.
Yeah, I getting ready to start doing some editing on some of my live streams, because there's certain times information that personal information and different situations that I've been asked not to you know, not to keep up, and I can respect that. I mean, if somebody's going to ask me on a personal level, hey, do you mind cutting that out or editing that, because you know, I really kind of feel like I exposed myself too much there. I as for me, I can respect that because I've done it myself. But there's other aspects where I'm like, hell no, I ain't cutting that. No damn way I'm taking that out. You know, that's a priceless moment. And
yeah,
you know, check yourself at the door before you come in, because you know you're the one that's giving this information out, and that it's that protected, but yet it has a satirical nature to it. That, you know, be light on yourself. Have a little fun with yourself and smile. And then there are the other occasions, you know, where, because I got 3 live streams that I can't put up until I edit them. And another thing that I've been getting is I've been getting copyright warnings on my own copyrights. I hold the copyright to certain songs that I play on Rattblood Radio. And now I got to get a hold of YouTube and prove that I have the rights to the music, because they keep giving me copyright warnings on my own music. And you know, as aggravating as that is, it's kind of funny. I mean, what are you going to do? Redirect the funds to me? You know, it's my material in the first place.
That's funny.
Yeah, so I've got to go through this hoopla now of getting a hold of somebody from YouTube and finding out what procedures I have to take to prove ownership of the music. And mind you, not all of it's copyrighted, but there are certain songs that are copyrighted and there's certain material that's copyrighted. And I'm glad that YouTube is at least aware that they're copyrighted, but damn, man, that's mine.
Yeah.
From ground up. And it's just more of that YouTube nonsense. I don't know who to even approach about this other than trying to get a hold of a physical, actual human to interface with, to take note of it, or an address or an email to send proof of ownership. So it's just more profound ridiculousness from our modern day technology.
Mm-hmm.
And on another note, London, I'm starting to push 2,000 views on TikTok per video now.
Nice.
So yeah, in less than it's 3 months that I've been, maybe a little over 3 months that I've been posting on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
And it started out, 20, 30 views. And that short span of time, the last couple releases I've done were pushing 2K, man. So I'd really like to get those numbers on YouTube just for being able to reach that many people with my music. But I am absolutely blown away by that and the response that I've gotten. It's almost like when I first started posting on Facebook. So I think Boy said once, it's cooking the books because the numbers don't add up. And I don't know what your experience with Facebook and TikTok is, but a lot of my core. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm rattling.
No. I was just going to say I haven't got an account with either of those platforms.
Really?
Mm-hmm. But I used to have an account with how would you call it? Instagram, but I didn't go in it. No, I changed my phones over, and then it was asking for a password, and this has been like a year ago. But I had quite a big following on Instagram. But when I had the Instagram, I didn't have YouTube. So it's like when I lost my Instagram, I gravitated to YouTube. And here I am on YouTube now I haven't got my Instagram contact, so I can't really bring them over here. And to be honest, I was kind of happy that I got rid of that I couldn't get into my contacts, because I just didn't really take any much time out to actually post pictures and that. I didn't really like inviting people into my life like that anymore. So I was like, yeah, it's maybe for a reason that I'm not in contact with these followers anymore. But at the same time, I wouldn't mind to show them my work instead of like showing them my personal business. I wouldn't mind showing them my work.
I can understand that. I can definitely understand that. I do my core base of subscribers from Facebook, and luckily they went from they followed me from the Cult of Axis and Facebook over to YouTube, and then I do have a percentage of my subscribers that were fans of the thrill kill cult and the industrial genre, and I still had a little bit of a resonance and presence there. They would be considered Gen Xers or older, but my core subscribers and start in YouTube was not based in YouTube, and I find the other platforms for me to be very advantageous. Apparently, Rumble's doing just as good. I neglect my Rumble account pretty bad right now. I used to have an administrator for most of those. I'm pretty much solo endeavoring now. But I
Which
imagine with what the oh the
Rumble, did you say?
Rumble, yeah. I haven't built my Rumble channel up as much as I need to and would like to. And my Discord it's still administrated, and I do have sister channels there. But the more, and I'm sure you can attest to this, it seems like the more subscribers or the more attention you get, the more time you spend developing content or doing something that's relevant to your platforms or your mediums that you're using. And it becomes sometimes overwhelming and taxing. And you have to step back for a day or two and just enjoy live streams or panels or, even a podcast, because it turns into a serious bit of work. And I'm sure you're familiar with that. I don't imagine you got anybody that's, sitting right beside you editing the social weirdo.
That's all me. That's all me. All me.
Yeah. And you're doing, the researching on your crater Earth and your projected Earth, and that's a lot of work. It's a lot of editing, a lot of research, and a lot of time that you have to devote that when you first start out, in this type of game, you don't realize is coming at you until it's already over top of you. And then you find yourself spending an entire day just sitting there editing and, building content. Or for me, it's writing a song. Sometimes I fall behind and I may be working on a song for 3 or 4 days. And what 3 or 4 days can do in the metaverse. I mean, you can damn near be forgotten in 3 or 4 days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot. It's a lot. And on top of all of that, you have to maintain a smile, or somewhat of a smile.
At least be reasonably fair in your approach with as many as you can be, because you and I both know there's hard cases out there, man, and they live to make it difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And you can reveal the most profound secret of the universe, and they're going to heckle it, they're going to troll it, or they're going to beat you over the head with it, just because some people just seem to have that nature about them. And, they're the ones that make, when you do a good presentation, they're the ones that really stifle the joy of it all. So I've learned to, like I did, I purged a lot of channels, and I just now got to the point where I won't even, interact with certain personalities, just because they have a horrible nature about them. You've encountered it. I do know that for a fact, and I've encountered it. And it seems like these people that do that, they don't seem to have any true content of their own.
I agree.
It's one thing being opposition to a person, but when you don't have the credibility, the work, or the time put into any content, it makes you beg to differ. What gives you the grounds, to persistently pursue someone when you have such little to offer, if anything at all? And I know that's getting off into bad area, and I'm going to avoid this thinking, but I really, I really appreciate the people who appreciate the work we do and the time we put into it.
Same here. Same here. I just appreciate my circle, man. I know what my circle consists of. I know who's in my circle. I just appreciate the ones who show out for me, and I don't have to question. Rest of it is just it is what it is, really. I know what I never thought I'd be saying this, but I know what I'm here for now. I know what I'm here for, so I'm going to continue to keep doing that. Just
I'm glad you found your voice. I know a couple years ago you were kind of feeling your way out and trying to develop a sense of direction and a sense of purpose for the YouTube platform, and your development, just the development alone, it demands a standing applause, because you have come along in your development, along with a couple other people that a couple of them I didn't expect it from. And I think that should be commended. I think it should be recognized that you found your voice, you found, what you feel kind of satisfied that sense of purpose for being here outside of entertainment or just learning. You have you have contributed, and you are a contributor, is what I'm trying to say.
Respect. Message received. I mean, not only did I kind of somewhat found my voice, I also tried to give a platform and a corner to make people's voice be heard, right? But I'm starting to realize that not everyone's voice is supposed to be heard. So I'm gonna stop doing that. I've just given the platform for people to present their work, because I did that a lot. I did that a lot. There wasn't much people doing that, hearing people out, but I don't see the same love back from people. And it's not to say that I'm looking for that anyway, because I got my own corner, and I've always said that it's always good to have your own corner, so you don't have to rely on people, right? But just the pedigree I see out here, just the way how people act in different arenas.
Right. I have noticed also, London, that being responsive and promoting certain people because you enjoy their platform, or their content, and I'm not gonna say it's intentional, but it's almost a neglectful thing that they become reciproc. They can receive and also give that support for channel and content creator. I think some people take it for granted. I at least like to, in the community post, if I'm interacting with a channel, to at least post that they're live, or their channel's active, or it's just even a mention here or there. It's just a type of respect and showing some admiration for your fellow content creator and channel operator. I'd like to see more of it. I know you've allowed me, several different times to utilize your platform, and I've got a lot of respect for that. And the people that do allow me any time or any recognition on their platform is just, I'm thankful, very thankful for it. I don't ever want them to feel that I'm not, or that I take it for granted.
Hmm. Now you're good, bro. I mean, people like yourself, yourself and a few others, right? I came in through the back door with you guys, right? So it's not a thing for your link or for you to get promoted on my channel, but it's like there's a few people that's just joined my journey with me, right? It's just joined, but I see the way they're moving and they're moving correct, so I kind of like give them more attention, and we talk about backstage and stuff. But even though I've said that, right, like I said, they're still new to the journey, so they haven't seen the ups and the downs that made me today, right? And who I rubbed shoulders with and who I fell out with, right? Who I've had clashes with. They're just seeing the cause, right? They're not seeing the effect of it, or vice versa, rather. So it's like I've even said sometimes to mods or whatever, hey, refrain from dropping links, because half of the time when some people are dropping links to people's channels, it's people that I don't even F with, and people that's like probably dissed me in the past, and so it's like I'm not even here to promote people that I don't even see eye to eye with, just not on good terms with. Nothing's been resolved, no resolution. So it's like I've back in the day, that would have been okay, I would have dropped, anyone could have dropped anything in my chat. But now it's like I'm just protecting the energy, protecting my energy and my corner. So it's not really friendly, powdy like that anymore. But we can still get along, right? We can still get along. But
Yeah,
just know
I don't,
for me.
I don't mind, people dropping, links as long as it's relative, or if they're participating, it's a courtesy extended. And, if you want to drop your link in there, go for it. But to utilize a channel as a resource without recognizing that channel, that's kind of a little bit insultive.
Look, I put it in context. Like about 3 months ago, we was having a conversation on my channel, and someone's name got mentioned, right? But it wasn't like in a malice way or nothing. It just got mentioned regarding the conversation we was having. But me and this person don't even see eye to eye. I fell out with this person quite some time ago, but just because that person's name got mentioned, someone dropped the link in the chat. I was like, fuck all that shit. We don't really promote or speak about those people over here, but just because the name got mentioned, someone thought, okay, let me throw that link down there. But nah, because I know they wouldn't be doing that for me over there. You understand?
Right.
So, little things like that.
Right. A lot of my recent inspiration has been Dominique. He's been a real motivative force in getting me on these live streams, and he's actually, he's allowed me to find enjoyment in it, and I'm becoming a little more accustomed to going live and being able to panel up with people on my own platform. And, I still got a ways to go, I'm sure, as far as being able to advance this. But so far, I've been really happy with the outcome. And, I contribute a lot of that to the close-knit circle that I do run in, and those people that work or do participate and do show support. And whenever I do fire up a live stream, that they're there. And that little core has developed me into a sense of not being so reluctant about doing live streams. So if you have any positive reinforcement for me on that aspect, it would be much appreciated, London, because I think I would like to continue to endeavor in this.
I mean, these type of corners, they're needed. You know, I could have been anywhere else tonight, but I chose to be in a place like this, in a bar like this, right? It's a nice setting. It brings out the real ambiance. Telling you. So you keep up with this style and pattern you got going on. Nice and quiet. That's what I like. The quiet back road pubs.
I appreciate that, London. That means a lot to me, man. I don't feel that I'm doing this in vain, and hopefully with each panel I get more adept at being able to offer some type of applicable life skill, or at least something that someone can find some type of value in. And I know that's what you're doing with your channel, and other than the satirical thing, but I keep that to my videos. So, absolutely thank you, London, for noticing that, and thank you for bringing that to recognition. And the same for you, man. I appreciate being able to go to your channel. I appreciate, there's a lot of people that go to your chat that I'm, feel very comfortable being around and interfacing with in a chat community. So you've got your niche, and it's just as much appreciated. So respect that.
There you go. Hey, on that note, I'm gonna get out of here and let you do your thing. But it's been a pleasure, man. It's been a pleasure. I look forward to the next time you go live.
Absolutely, London. I appreciate you stopping in. You're always welcome. And all love and peace to you.
There you go. Much love. Big up to the grand old chat room. Peace out, Axis.
Absolutely. All right, London. Take care now.
Peace.
All right, everybody. Been another wonderful 4 hours. I've enjoyed my panelists. Very, very good group of people. I've enjoyed the chat. Seems to be rolling along and seems to be very informative. So, kudos and much props to the chat, and to anybody that catches this stream later down the road or at any other point in time. I hope that it serves you in some way and you find some type of benefit out of it. And I would like to thank everyone who supported me and everybody that's promoted me. Much thanks and much appreciation. So on that note, we'll say all love to everyone. Peace be with you, and thank you for being part of the Rattblood radio experience. And this is Axis Rattblood out.